Good morning. It is June 4th, 2024. Welcome to the San Marino Unified School District Board of Education special meeting. Here is your board president, Shelley Ryan.
Thank you, Dr. Choi, and good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. So San Marino Unified School District special meeting. All meetings of the Board of Education are open to members of the public unless publicly noticed as a confidential closed session as allowed by the law Education Code Section 35147. Members of the public may address the board as outlined in the public comments section of the agenda. The audio of all meetings is recorded, and a member of the public may be held liable for any slanderous or otherwise defamatory statements in consideration of the board and member of the audience. Please turn off or silence your cell phones while in the boardroom. The San Marino Unified School District encourages those with disabilities to participate fully in the public meeting process. If you need a disability-related modification or accommodation, including auxiliary aids and services to participate in the public meeting, contact the assistant to the superintendent at jdelatory@SMUSD .us or at 626-299-7000 extension 1310 at least 48 hours before the scheduled board meeting so that we may make every reasonable effort to accommodate you under Government Code Section 54953.2 Americans with Disability Act of 1990. Documents provided to a majority of the Board of Education regarding an open session item on this agenda will be made available for public inspection in the district office located at 1665 West Drive, San Marino during the normal business hours. In addition, such writings and documents may be viewed on the district's website at www.smusd.us. And so I would like to open the session. Stephen, what's the time?
It is now 9 o'clock.
All right, thank you. And we will call to order. Let's do a roll call first before we do the Pledge of Allegiance. Mrs. Lamb, who is absent, Mrs. Chong.
Here.
Mrs. Gill.
Here.
Mr. Chang.
Here.
Mrs. Ryan, aye. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Let's begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
May I please have approval of the agenda, which is an action item?
Move to approve the agenda.
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Chong. Thank you, Mr. Chang. And so with that, I'd like to do roll call. Mrs. Chong.
Aye.
Mrs. Gill.
Aye.
Mr. Chang.
Aye.
Mrs. Ryan, aye, and the agenda has been approved. Public comment. The Board of Education has adopted board policy to ensure the public's right to be heard in any matters under section policy 9323B pertaining to any matters at the San Marino Unified School District. Persons who wish to provide public comment have three options to submit public comment. First, you may submit through an online form. Dr. Choi, are you aware if there was anyone on the?
We received none.
Thank you. Request to speak during the meeting via Zoom. Is there anyone on Zoom this morning?
Currently, there are no attendees.
Okay. And so request to speak during the meeting in person via the public comment card, as there are no persons here from the public. We have received no public comment cards. And so we have gone through the online form, the request to speak via Zoom, as well as the meeting in person. Now the board study session, I would like to turn this over to Dr. Linda Delatorre to start our strategic planning session.
Thank you, President Ryan, members of the Board of Education, executive team, and esteemed guests. We are so thrilled to begin our goal development session today. And we had a wonderful day of discussing important data yesterday. We did have the opportunity to engage in some team building and warm-up activities One was related to teamwork and equity in schools, and the other, the importance of human connectivity. So with that, today, would the Board of Education like to just jump right in to board goal development? Or I do believe that our wonderful facilitators here today do have some activities for us that might help warm us up a little bit and get us in the right frame of mind to begin this important work. So I leave that up to the Board of Education to decide. What's your pleasure?
Like to hear from the board?
I'd like to just get into it, please.
That's fine.
Joseph?
Right. I think we're gonna go right into it.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
But thank you for planning ahead.
And so we have with us today, two wonderful retired superintendents who are now working for Leadership Associates, who really intimately understand the work that needs to be done today, and are excellent facilitators. They were with us last year and have returned this year because they did such a wonderful job. And their names are Dr. Greg Pletko and Dr. Sandy Lyons. So welcome and thank you. We'll turn it over to you.
Good morning. Thank you for having us back. As I was driving in, and I parked in the parking lot for a second and just paused to try to slow down after getting on the freeway and all those good things. It caught me and realized that it's been a year since we got a chance to first meet you all, and just how quickly time really goes. Because as I heard, you guys had a wonderful graduation promotion day this past Friday and all of those good things. And so congratulations to all of you. It's a lot to move a district through another year, and here we are. So very, very appreciative of that, and always appreciative of getting to be with my teammate, Sandy, and getting to work together. As Dr. De La Torre shared, we have that ability we're feel fortunate that as retired superintendents, we're up and down the state now, kind of doing this work in different districts. And every district we go to is very unique to where they are in the process of this. For some, what you're doing is very mature. For other districts, this is a foreign concept even of why are we doing this, and not even understanding that. And so for us to come here, it challenges us in a new way just because of the maturity of this board and understanding that alignment and coherence and how important that is to final outcomes, and certainly to the community viewing that you're on task with all of those things. So it's a good time and a good challenge for us to be here. Hearing that you wanted to not do as much in the area of kind of setting our feet, if you will, and putting our brains and our feet in the same place. You guys had worked hard yesterday, so I know that's already, you're there. I get that. We both do. And so we're going to adjust a little bit. There are two things that we will want to do, though, before we start, because they lead to the goal development. And that's really important in that process. The first one that I want to fast forward you to, for fun, I will show you what we might have done, just so you have that feel. This is one of those first things, and it is that philosophy of you always want to just do work when you have a team that you appreciate and you value, that puts your brain where your feet are. And so this was one of the first ones that we would have done. And the second thing that we were just a general agenda. We were going to have some fun. If we were to describe the board as a household appliance, what would this board be? It's always an interesting one to see what comes of that and where that takes us. We had something just talks about reminding us why it is to be a cohesive team, what's important. This is more less of trust and team building, more just about these are really important things to keep in mind as we do heavy work, if you will, and what's there. There were three main ones. This is one that we do want to start with, though, because this is an alignment to the goals. And the reason that we brought this one back, going back to that process of a year ago, is this is exactly what you did a year ago before we started the goals. We just recreated the questions just a little bit, but they're all the same theme, if you will. And all of them lead to thinking about what do we want to do with the goals. That's one part. Secondly, why this is important and why we want to share out with it a little bit is you all as a group have made such a thoughtful decision to make sure that your work around goals is not done in a silo, but instead you have your executive cabinet with you. So as you talk about these particular reflective questions here, you have your executive cabinet who you're entrusting to carry out the work, has the ability to hear you in that authentic voice And that authentic voice is really important for them to begin to think about, okay, when I heard trustee Ryan share it that way, that gives me a different perspective on maybe how we want to talk to our elementary principal or how we want to do something, something else along those lines. And so we will start with this one. You have a couple different ways of doing it. Sandy, am I missing it?
Nope, you're
Sorry, I jumped in. Okay.
Promise me. You know
Okay,
me.
I know.
I'll jump in.
It would have kicked me already. So here's what I'd like us to do, whether it's in a notebook sheet you have, if you have a notebook that you like to use, however you like to do it. These questions that are behind, just start with one. You can do one, you can do two, you can do them all. And in each one of them, we're certainly not looking for any essays or even sentences. It just may be a word, a phrase, a couple, 2 or 3 words that really trigger what you're thinking about that particular topic. The first one, looking back, I am most proud of. This was a source of pride and inspiration to our district. Productive paranoia. It's a good thing, by the way. It tells me I need to be a little more worried about. I want our community and staff to have these 2 takeaways as we start the new school year. And lastly, a few people I want to thank for being so special, serving our kids and families this school year. Okay, so I'll let you just sit with that for a moment and kind of just pick it, and then we'll kind of share out as we get started. Thank you.
Do you want us all working on that, or do you want? just
Please,
to work?
yeah, everybody.
This is a little of pride in the pump. Too.
Mhm.
A little bit more time again. You don't have to answer all of them, but it's a really good. Oh, nice. They go to Seoul or Busan?
No, he doesn't consult. with me. Justin,
Yeah, they do
this
love
is
an
not
English
your
language.
one. This is the other one.
It's okay.
Is she Korean? I don't think so.
What's her last name?
What's her last name, Charlie?
That's a good question.
He also did not.
Haven't invested too much in that one yet.
Well, I think I've only met her a couple of times.
My parents didn't meet my sister-in-law for like 3 years.
Oh,
Not because they didn't like her. They were just like, we're not investing until this is like really serious.
my, meeting, Brandon.
Oh, yeah, no. Like our parents didn't meet each other until we were like practically engaged.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I was like, are you like bartering me right now? Like what's happening? Yeah. Different cultures.
We do want to hear from everybody. Again, you get to decide what you want to share, but again, this is the priming of the pump. One of the things that we know in these kinds of brainstorming activities is that when we start from a shared experience where we've sort of all heard some of the same things, it helps propel us into a better community approach to this next task that we have. So each brainstorm, we won't go in order clockwise. I'm a clockwise fan, so I would start to my left and move around. So yeah, because of that, I will not force you to that, but who'd like to go first?
I'll start.
Thank you, Linda.
So I'll start with the first one. Looking back, I'm most proud of the work that my team was able to accomplish this year and how it had a positive impact on students, a direct positive impact on students. An example is the implementation of a Mandarin dual language immersion program at Carver Elementary School. And we, that was a big lift for our school district, a very big lift. For lots of reasons, and we were able to accomplish that through steadfast leadership and just really keeping at it and making sure that everybody was communicated with. And to walk into those classrooms and see those kids learning another language and just flourishing and loving every minute of it just really makes me so happy, and I'm so proud of that. And I'm proud of the fact that in technology, Dr. Choi was able to secure a $400,000. Am I getting that number right? He always corrects me. Which he should, a $400,000 grant to replace all of our security cameras. And that was a huge, huge lift and not, something that we were counting on. But to get that, the dedication of my team is, in my opinion, unsurpassed. Dr. Rose has been so wonderful for this district, just his leadership, his steadfast attention to hiring the best and the brightest makes a direct impact on learning in the classroom and our students feeling they're receiving the most qualified teacher in every single classroom. And he is excellent at hiring, recruiting, and dealing with the not so fun stuff and human resources that are necessary. And his skills have really made a positive impact in the classroom this year. So thank you so much to my team, and that is what I am most proud of.
The dual program next year will be K1.
It's going to be K1 next year.
K1 next year.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I am most proud of us completing the facilities master plan. Just providing a tangible roadmap of where the district is headed and our vision as a board that we feel reflects the input of the community, like at large. I think that was a great thing. It was actually something that I ran on when I ran almost 2 years ago, because it just did not exist. And the fact that we have this huge, beautiful document now that we can, make database decisions, I think is really important and amazing. Source of pride and inspiration would be our students. I think they're amazing. They work really hard. And we value them so much. And then also the administration, our exec team, I would say, them
successfully implementing so much change this year has been amazing. Great job, guys. I know it's not easy, especially in this like really unique place that we live. You know, we like our tradition and status quo, and I think the fact that we are able to just get this change out there, like positive changes. So productive paranoia would be garnering community support for the facilities bond. And that's, I feel like it's different than just like, let's get it passed. It's like, I really want people to understand the true need that we have for it. And so then it'll pass easily. It's just, we need to get that information out there. And I think it is something that I think about a lot. So 2 takeaways, starting the school year. Instead of like a takeaway, I want to think about like carrying it with them maybe more. Just number 1, putting students first. And number 2, continuously strive for excellence and improvement on all levels. And thank you for being special to my fellow board members, working collaboratively. I think that we all bring something different to the table, and I appreciate each of you. We all have our kind of specialties and our roles, and I think it's great that we can all bring something to the table. And the exec team and our superintendent for their great leadership and implementation of our policies and visions.
Okay, first of all, I think I'm most proud of in this school district is a curriculum established the new curriculum and also implementation. Yeah, because as you know, I've been work for 2 decades. I think the parent they always mention about curriculum. Sometimes several years there's no new curriculum development. You know, until the last year, you know, suddenly we have 2 new curriculum come out. One is as Dr. Director mentioned, the Mandarin dual language immersion program. Actually, this one is really related to me, and for the last 5 years, because we have a second generation. They move back to San Marino community, so they are very they pay attention on their kid education, and they always mention to me, you know, the West Los Angeles already have the dual language immersion, and even your the neighborhood South Pasadena, and they did. How come you don't have? So with that, I'm keep talking to Dr. Territory and also Dr. Richter. So finally, you know, they can they can implement for this. So this is the first one, and the second one, as you know, my background in the healthcare, I always like to do something for the community, and then they come out the medical art academy, the program, and not just the medical subject, you know, because for last 6 years, a group of parents, they keep talking about dual enrollment during in the election, and but they always say that we have to do dual enrollment, but I don't think they really understand what is a dual enrollment. Until you know last year we combined with medical art academy, so that's a product, and also you can relate to the college level teaching, and also the student they can learn in. Yeah, so I think that those are the two I'm very proud of the school district implement.
Big changes.
And the last one, to thank for someone, this year I want to mention two people, Mrs. Stephanie Duncan, because when we said we implement the medical art academy, you always need the money. And the time, I keep looking, I even try to solicit some the healthcare, but did not get it, But immediately, the Stephanie Duncan, they talk to the PTA affiliate, so they have some saving. They are very generous, so they just move the fund
400,000.
400,000. So that's big luck. And besides that, I also want to appreciate the San Marino Rotary Club. Yeah, they also assist for this program. And besides that, San Marino Rotary Club, they help in for the school, all kind of activity. When they, student, they have activity and they can achieve without financial support. So San Marino Rotary always give the big support. Yeah, thank you.
James, do you want to go or should we have a cabinet member?
Have a
go?
cabinet go.
I was looking at question number 2, this source of pride and inspiration to our district. We are in a people business. And I think in a school district like San Marino Unified, the pride and the inspiration to all of us really are the people in it. That includes our students, our parents, our teachers, our administrators, our partners, Rotary, PTA affiliates, Schools Foundation, PTA. Without the work and the support and the help of each and every one of them, we could not do what we do. And needless to say, as said before, but our amazing superintendent gives us the vision and the direction and the autonomy to make things happen. So thank you. And that all falls under the vision of our board as well, setting the board priorities. So really it's, the old saying that it takes a village, it truly does. And I think when someone from the outside looks into San Marino, the pride and the inspiration really are all of the people.
Yeah, sure, I'll go. So I wanted our community and staff to have a couple takeaways as we start the new school year. They're very, they sound like platitudes, but there's some substance to them. The first one is raising our children as a marathon, not a sprint. I think having children who span graduates down to fifth, I interact with a lot of different parents. And it's funny because I obviously work closely and am friends with people whose kids have graduated at this point, and they're not agonizing over the decisions and ideas and summer plans of the ones that my youngest child parent is agonizing over. And so I think having that perspective, and I appreciate the board, the wisdom, I think, of especially of Shelley and Joseph on this one, because I think this is where a lot of, when I was a younger parent, I remember hearing like, I remember hearing this and hearing this from Shelley and from Joseph and the other older members that are on the previous board, and not really understanding what they meant in a way that I understand now. I think I understand it. I understood it, but I really feel it now. And so I think kind of wanting to convey that to our parents who are in the elementary level, middle school, high school, it's fraught with what feels like huge life-altering decisions. And yet, yes, they're important, but they're not as high stakes as the rest of their life. And who knows what it's going to encompass. And so I think just wanting everyone to remember that, and that attitude also plays out in terms of when we're developing programs, when we're developing our facilities, when we're thinking about what our district needs to look like. We all came back from COVID and sort of jumped right back into everything because we were so anxious to be busy again. But I feel like we've all kind of gotten back on that hamster wheel. And we're forgetting to take a beat and think and consider, pause, what's our intention? And so I think I want everybody to sort of have that mindset of what is the impact of this decision now on what happens down the line. And let's be intentional about that. And in that way, sort of, we're running a marathon, not a sprint. And then the other takeaway would be meeting the needs and, when possible, sometimes the wants of every child in our district require, but also understanding that that requires knowing them as individuals and meeting them where they're at. I think a lot of what we do is try to meet the broad needs, but we don't always see the individual. And so whether if you're a high achieving, a low achieving, a special needs, an English language learner, it's really hard to focus on what those individual needs might be. But I think before that even happens, we have to know the individual child. We have to take the time to understand that person as an individual. And I think this applies for parents, especially if you have multiple children, you know that one child is going to need something really different from your other child. And so, and then that also applies to not doing what your friends are doing because their child is doing something. Maybe that's not what's going to be best for your child. So I think meeting the needs and where possible sometimes wants, really requires understanding and knowing that. And then real quickly, I'll say the few people I want to thank for being so special, serving our kids and families this school year, I think are the teachers and staff who were able to do that, who were able to see and hear each child and each student for who they are and who they can be, their potential. And then they went above and beyond to help the student try to get there. I think that San Marino is often teased for being extra. We are anything but basic, and I think we make a lot of fun of it, but I think that's what really elevates our students to achieve the heights, not just everyone being up here, but achieving the heights of growth along the way. And that's, I'm so appreciative of our staff and our teachers who really see that and really focus on that and help them get there, going above and beyond what they are supposed to do and doing it for the kids.
Early on, I wanted to thank our staff, our school site staff, the admin, the classified, the certificated. They are the boots on the ground. They are the ones in the muck every day. And what they do is amazing. And everything that we want and we envision at our level does not happen without their support. So I thank them. The one thing I would love for our community and our staff to take away or to think about going into the new year, that it's okay to try new things and it's okay to fail. I think a lot of times, especially in a community as tradition heavy as San Marino, there's a lot of times they do not want to try new things because of fear of leaving behind the proud things that they've done before. And so it's okay to, and when I was yesterday, when we were talking about something that we had in common, and we remember Gil and I were talking about our grandparents being in the war, World War II, it made me think of a comment that my grandfather used to tell me all the time, that you can't reroute or you can't move the troops or you can't redirect the troops if they're not. And so if we're never trying new things and we're not willing to risk ourselves, then we can't redirect ourselves to go in a different direction. So unless they're moving, we can't redirect them. So I encourage our community to be supportive and trusting that we are doing the right thing for their kids and our staff, that it's okay to try something new.
Well, I guess I'm last to share. And I almost feel like a lot of my reflections and notes, okay, we'll save the best for last.
There we go.
But I'll share two reflections. One is very similar in regards to what a lot of us have been sharing, which is our ability as a district to really invest in people and relationships. It almost feels like that is a core value of this district. And being in this district for 20 years, I can see and I can tell you that maybe it's because we're a small district, but every single person matters. And that's something that I feel very proud of, be part of this district, is that we do care about all of the various individuals that's not only within our schools, but within the community. And then finally, one of my key takeaways in regards to the start of the new school year is the fact that we are having this tremendous focus on data. And for many years, with a person who has a technical mindset and a technical background, I've always relied on data. But data almost feels like it's a whole new language. You almost have to learn the language. And then once you speak the same language, then you can develop these really meaningful conversations and meaningful dialogue. So I'm really excited moving forward. We've done a great job, tracking the data, looking and analyzing the data, but let's take it to the next level. That's what I'm looking forward in the new year.
Thank you. I am most proud of multitude of things. First of all, the people in this room. I love the way that everyone framed the work that we did this past year, this past couple of years. Dr. Choi has really stated it quite well regarding the data and the drilling down of the data and looking at how that will inform our decisions. I love the way Ms. Chong expressed the fact that while we see the children as whole child, we also need to look at individual differences. Our work on the FAC is really future preparation and envisioning of our district. And then, of course, I could never replicate what Mr. Chang does, because what he does is he drives us to do better, to do our best. And he has done it in every step and every way that I've ever known him to do, whether it's pushing for the medical arts, the dual language immersion, making me be a better leader, not a manager. All right, he's taking pictures of me. It is really that drive that sets us apart. And I don't mind saying what sets us apart really is what Dr. Choi has expressed. It's that individuals matters. It's a game of inches. And in that game of inches, we look at every inch. We look at every, I don't want to do a baseball metaphor, but we look at every strike, every at bat. And when we go up to bat, we want to make sure that our community comes along. This is a huge shift from when I entered 12 years ago as a board member in terms of Dr. Delatorre's work on getting the community buy-in and consensus, bringing them along. Dr. Richter does a phenomenal job at our curriculum. And then, yes, Dr. Rose does do the hiring and does ensure that we have all the people in place to serve the children. But greater than that is that heavy shift of really more of a community school, more of a community base in terms of what the needs are, and really looking at what we're doing for the community. It's easy to say, we're teaching your kids, we're doing this, but really when we're addressing all the things that we're addressing, whether it's technology, whether it's the data, whether it's our special ed kids, our English language learners, whether we're addressing it through dual language immersion, which speaks to our ESL students, which speaks to critical thinking, which speaks to creativity and all of that. What we're producing and what we're very, very excited to do is this 21st century and getting the kids ready for college career readiness. These are the future, and we have a phenomenal seat at it, and it is wonderful in terms of the answers in this room already. And so I'm very excited, very excited.
Wow, it's a lot.
Good.
Just, I hope you also heard the threads that run through. This is going to help us as we try to help you come up with your goals. But one of the things that I heard was just a lot of shifts in the last couple of years from those of you who've been in these seats for a while, as well as newer members to the board who are really seeing that you've got this impetus for change and improvement, and that you've got stalwarts on the board who've seen what's come before and are saying, no, we can still do better. And so that will, and a lot of language around people. That idea of below the green line, all the relationships, the personal characteristics, the things that make an organization a community, and that's really a value. So that's wonderful to hear.
Particular, the theme that I heard you all touch in different ways, but so similar was that part around, and it seems so simple, part around, you think about classified staff, certificated staff, but you know, our teachers, our secretaries are, so on, and all the, and even into community members who supported programmatically things we wanted to do. So as you think about goals, because remember, the activity is about how does this help get us ready for things we want to consider? One of the things to consider, as simple as it seems in a goal mindset, is to what degree are we really recognizing all of those people? I'm sure you have wonderful recognition programs for staff. So the question comes back to what degree? Is there room for more space there? Because that is such a valuable commodity. Also, as we know, we're going into unique, maybe budget challenges in the next couple of years. Really reinvesting and letting people know how valuable they are might also, so I just something hearing you all talk, maybe to keep in the back of your minds as you look at goals next of, right, is it something we want to add to or explore in any way?
We value it, and is it tangible to?
Is it tangible? Yeah, tangible.
The other thing that really struck me, and I think as you think about this when you look at your goals, is just sort of marrying up what Francesca and Shelley said, you know, is it good for how do we bring the community in this notion that, yeah, we educate your kids, and how are we connected? And it's that integral part, and you know, to Francesca's point, how you get somebody to support your effort is really that they see the connectedness. And it made me think when I was, you know, working in Santa Monica, trying to tell people there's no downside to having a high performing school district. It's good for everybody. But that's different than really being able to sell this notion that we are in the fabric of right? It's not just this tertiary benefit that you get because we're a great school district. It's really that we're woven into the fabric of the community, and that strengthens all those pieces. And so I really heard that from you all that I think is important as you think about your plans going.
Same time,
Yeah,
for sure, especially K1 and then the
Yeah.
facilities master plan and what that could lead to. And there's momentum, that's for sure. Okay, so let's do this. Stay with me here. I want to, it's about a 1-minute video, a little more than one. Her name's Molly Grisham. She is a person who is very focused on leadership and leadership development and what it means. She is very organic. It's very easy to find Simon Sinek. It's easy to find some of those that are out there that are just always on. This is a person who has maybe a little more of an organic voice around leadership, and she's very great with finding metaphors. I'm going to ask Dr. Choi to help me as we go, see if we can get this one. Jump up there. You got it? Thank you, Dr. Choi. See what she has to say to us.
I'm Molly Grisham, and I want to help you experience light bulb moments. One of the things I know about leadership is that it is a process. We often use the word leadership development because it is something that takes so much time. So one of the mental pictures that I often share with young leaders is the story of Chinese bamboo. It's a particular strain of bamboo. And what's interesting about this is you can plant it and water it, nurture the soil, pull all of the weeds, make sure it's in a really good environment to grow. And nothing will grow for 5 years. It sits under the soil, doing whatever it does under the soil, but we don't see anything break the ground for 5 years. Then at that 5-year mark, it suddenly will grow up to 80 feet tall in a span of 6 weeks, which is really amazing. We think that there's nothing happening, and then all of a sudden it emerges. To me, that is a lot like leadership development. We invest in people for years and years and years, and we may see nothing. We're not even sure if they're getting it, if this is working, and then all of a sudden, one day they emerge as leaders. So I think it's really important for leaders as they develop other leaders to be intentional about investing in people and understanding that that growth is going to take time. It could take years to see someone develop, but once it happens, it is worth the work.
Okay, thinking about that from the board's level, how do you feel like that translates from the board district team, but as a board member, what's the translation of what she's saying?
I think it's definite, I mean, it's everything we do as educators at the TK-12 level at this point. Because we're laying the foundation and we have no idea what that kid is absorbing for years and years and years. I mean, we literally don't even test until they're in third grade. So we don't know what they're learning or anything. And then how they develop from that point can go in any direction until they get to high school. And then we don't even know what we're sending them off into when they get to college. So a lot of it is faith in what we do.
It really touches on what you said earlier too, Jane, about that notion of, you don't know what's gonna happen 5 years from now, but how can we really be reflective about the choices that we're making, the decisions, the allocation of resources, the focus, or whatever might sprout.
I mean, just what Jane said, I mean, our goal, D, is prepare students to be high quality global citizens. So it is, we're preparing, we're not in the business of final product really, right? So we're just giving them this foundation of education, of character building, of life skills, you know, time management, all those executive functioning, executive skills, you know, so I think that we don't know, like, because the goal is right to be contributing to the world, and they're still young and they're not going to do that probably for a while.
I'm thinking of it more in the literal sense in terms of developing leaders and school principals and, you know, their first year looks a lot different than their second year and third year and fourth year and their fifth year.
It's so true.
And, you know, then you start to see the transition and the school sort of taking on the personality of the principal as opposed to the principal assimilating into the school culture that was there before them, depending on, you know, that leader and how well that leader develops over time. And I mean, I've seen that many times over the years, and it's pretty impactful just to be patient and to guide and nurture and make sure that you're taking care of all the things that need to be taken care of, and then all of a sudden you reap the rewards. Right.
Be difficult too, because from an executive leader position, all of you and you as cabinet, the people that they're serving don't always have the same level of patience and grace for problems when they happen or challenges. But I heard you have a first year, just finished his first year as a high school principal. They're teenagers. Things are gonna happen that you can't predict.
Right.
And you're gonna have moments as that high school principal, it's like, well, I wish I had a do-over on that one. I might do that differently. And so as the executive leaders, how do you insulate them and teach them enough to where they can develop that way that they represent you and the community and all of those? And that's a long game. You know,
Well, something that you said earlier, Greg, about how every school district is so unique.
Yeah.
Their cultures are so different. And that is not something that people really understand or know until you experience it. And so when we hire people from other school districts to come and work in San Marino, it takes time for them to adjust to the realities of our unique culture. And you heard a lot of our board members say this morning that San Marino is very unique, and it is. And so, you know, the principal that just started here, he has 18 years of experience as a high school principal, has never seen anything like San Marino. So, right? Yeah. So it's, you have to nurture, you have to guide, you have to lead, you have to really invest in that person and know your audience, basically. But what she's saying about leadership is very, very true. And so it's important. I think people matter, leadership matters, because all the work that we do, it's done through people, through human resources. It doesn't happen, you know, without people making it happen. That's why it's so critically important in my mind to be able to invest in people.
About that old saying, all politics are local. All school districts are local. We can be up and down the state looking and saying, oh, this is a best practice. This is a best practice. But if it doesn't fit in that school district, it's not a best practice for that school district. It's whatever local to that community. And so
Very true.
that's a huge change. I think about when you talk about possibility of a bond in November. And you think what Molly said about, we're gonna plant this. So a year ago too, we said, hey, we need a facilities master plan. We gotta start, that's the part, that's the planting, we're here. But I know in bond world, if you are shooting for November, September to November is what she talked about, where all of a sudden it's just gonna go.
Right?
And we're full speed, hang on, everybody,
Yes.
because it's gonna take all hands on deck to get to November. And if we do, on the other side of it, now we've built something that's strong, something that's sustainable, something that has legacy to it. And so I thought her words, when I first saw that, thinking about the bond as this community, were a really good example, because you started that work years ago, really, at least a couple of years ago.
I also like to comment on the leadership. You know, through the last several years, so I see the school district or the local school side leader. I think each of one, they define themselves. I think they are more eager to get a name and get a position, but they are not really prepared, and they don't know either they are ready to go or not. I think this is very important. When I'm saying that, it doesn't mean because right now I'm going to 70, so I look down for the young generation. But you know, the management is ready for the experience. But this experience, you can go through maybe 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. But the good leader, when you can be the good leader for the young generation, but you know, you want to be the leader, you have to invest your time. Just like when in the young generation, you know, if one day is 24 hours, depends on how many hours you want to invest, and for the learning and to the watching, to judging, whether you can go to the platform and compete with the other, because I think that this is very important. For the last year to now, we have several the administrator, they choose to leave. They think they are ready, or they think I cannot stay too long now because for the monetary motivation or the name. But when you choose to leave, but you are not ready, when you go there, you will fail, because in the world right now is too much competition. Yeah, you every day. That's what I see. For this week in the Taipei computer text, you see the Jensen Wang. You know, he right now he's probably number 3 in the world, and for wealthy people. But you know, each day she working, and she also have to supervise the people. She know each of the department, what they are doing, what they can do the research, or what they can contribute. So not just supervise the people, or doing the marketing, and also do the PR. So this what I'm commenting on the leadership. Yeah. So the age is not the issue, but you know, the motivation and then determination. I think that's a key factor to be successful.
And, you know, I think context matters. Again, I think one of the things that I see in thriving places are leadership and boards that have set clear expectations for what leadership looks like in our district, what those expectations are. And then you can start to cultivate your own pool of talent and tap people on the shoulders. And it's really clear, this is what it looks like. These are the leaders that we're looking for in our community, because it isn't just a title. It isn't just, you know, a position. It really is about what are those imbued qualities.
And another thing is very important. Don't just waiting for your supervisor give you the assignment.
That's right.
So I think each day you need to find the things you can contribute to your organization, and you volunteer for yourself. Tell your supervisor, this is what I can do, and this is what I think can help for the student. Yeah. So if you always waiting for, the supervisor give you the order, so that will take a long time.
I think also something that stands out and something else that's, when I'm thinking about the metaphor of the bamboo too, which she talked about, for 5 years, nothing grows and it looks like nothing's happening. And I think the temptation might be to plant something else. Because you don't see anything happening. And I think there has to be room for making space for something to grow. So when we're saying we want people to take the initiative, well, we have to make sure we give them space to have room to think, to have room to explore, room to fail even, and not necessarily pile things on top. I think that's what our students often do, is they're always piling one thing on top of the other, and they never have a chance to even think about who they are as a person because they have no space. When we're developing our leadership, are we just piling on them our traditions and our values that we've always had? Or are we giving them space to really explore so that they can contribute their own values and ideas and integrate that? So I think that's, for a high achieving extra community, giving people space is probably one of the harder things for us.
Actually, for the bamboo, the first 5 years, in the beginning, you don't see the bamboo growing. Actually, the first 5 years is very important. So bamboo gather all the nutrition, and then, but after 5 years, you see suddenly they growing the top.
Well, I think that the connection to the goals then becomes, if we want teammates to take initiative, to not wait for their boss to say, hey, you need to do this, or their direct report. If we want teammates to feel that they have the confidence to take initiative because there's space here for me. One of the things that a healthy board does is say, okay, we want that to happen. So let's have clarity around where we're going. Let's have clarity around our goals are, because if there's clarity, that's where we create space. When there's lack of clarity, then we're all looking for spaces of what I want to do. And so leading into this next phase with you, you all did a wonderful job of really building in to where we're headed. And see if I can advance to where it is here. So in order to get into the last phase, this is the last activity that we need to touch, is we need to look at our vision and mission again. We need to know, okay, before we say, do we still want, this last time we were together, you looked at goal A, for instance, it's an environment of safety and wellness. And you all had really good, thoughtful discussion around, are those the right words in the goal? We didn't even get into the indicators, just are those the right words? And so before we can get into each one of those, we need to go back to our vision and mission, the two drivers of the district, and say, okay, what are we seeing it? Do we see that somewhere? So if I advance it to the next slide and we go to our vision. Jason, could you read that for us?
Delivering a world-class education with recognized excellence in academics, arts, athletics, and activities.
Okay, so just real quickly, and we'll do this quick, popcorn style. Where do you see this in the district? Here's the vision. Give me concrete, as Sandy said earlier, tangible examples of where you see these words or this represented in the district. Dual language. Great one. Thanks for leading off too. Others. Medical arts, both new curriculum for the district and ones that have been planted that have to grow.
I also think the thoughtfulness in implementation of curriculum, like our ethnic studies requirement, and we're really digging deep and not just throwing something out there. So
A year ago, that was a really thoughtful conversation in here too. You all were really thinking about, how do we want to approach that? What does that look like? How do we talk about that? Good. Others. Where else do you see any activities in the district that represent these words or phrases?
I think for the activities, they have a long way to go. You know, for last 2 years, we put from 3A to 4A, but I actually personally, I always have anxiety. I'm looking for either we have more activity for the student, and every day look like we are keep talking about, but I still don't see we develop more activity in terms of internship or whatever. Yeah, I think the activity. I think we are a team. We need to continue to discuss and explore what activity is suitable for this small school district to develop. Yeah.
Thank you. Good example of that on the other side. Any other? Yes.
So when I think of the arts, I think of our partnership with the Huntington Library with our humanities class. So that falls under academics and the arts, as well as our commitment to art. Through Prop 28, we have an art teacher that we've hired at the elementary level and our really robust backup program at the high school.
Great example and tangible. Any others?
I think for me, what stands out is that we try to integrate all of those things together, that they are not necessarily standalone items, because it's funny because when you say the word activity, I'm thinking, oh, they've got ASB and they've got
Like
clubs, and then
Huntington has 20 clubs.
right, and I'm like, I think they have enough activities, but I'm like, but let me rethink that. Like, if we're thinking about it in terms of an internship, though,
Like
the activity,
resume building
right,
activities.
like the activity becomes something that incorporates what Dr. Richter was saying in terms of it's a combination of being something you're actively engaged in, but at the same time, something you're learning. And I think we do that really well, that we try to align and integrate multiple things together so that if you are a robotics student on the championship team, you're doing it from an engineering academic standpoint, but you're also doing it from the business standpoint, and maybe you're in the business pathway. And so finding those pieces that connect for the students, because that's what they're really going to be expected to do in the world, is find those connections across their work. Yeah. The puzzle piece. Yeah,
Exactly.
right, right.
Yeah, the metaphor works. Yeah. Anybody else?
Our athletics programs, I think while they're not always the most high, the highest division, I think it's great that kids can be a multi-sport athlete.
Yes.
It's
Huge advantage.
it's inclusive. I mean, it's still competitive, but inclusive competitive, because you can do 2 or 3 sports, because we're small, and like we said, kind of like the fabric of the community, it's really all hands on deck, just so we can field those teams, you know? I think that building up the middle school athletics program so that we can matriculate those student athletes up to the high school. I think we still probably need to do some more work there, but I think it's building. And I think that the fact that we can offer PE to our elementary students every day, it gets them, I mean, actually all the way, K through 8. I mean, they need that physical activity. And I think that it's great that in such a high achieving academic focused district that we still do make space for that. Yeah.
Well, despite the 2%, and that's a high number, despite 2% that ever really athletically get to those unique spaces, the research is really clear. The way you're doing it is the best way for kids, that they have multiple opportunities to play multiple sports at multiple times. And that's not what's out there, because the narrative's different, right? The narrative is so different out there, but truly it's much more healthy what you're able to do in this district. And so leaning into that and having that be a real source of pride, I agree with you. I think that's really important.
You know, to speak on the art, I also have a different interpretation. You know, it's not just create for the curriculum and the art. You know, I think it's very important, especially for San Marino community. You know, the art, we also need to create an environment for the student. They can appreciate the art and elaborate their attitude to appreciate the art. So it's not just okay, you have an art class. Actually, you know, for the Huntington Library Humanity Seminar, when we initiate for this, yeah, we want them to know what is the art history for Western or Oriental or whatever. But in the meantime, we want take the student to hear, and then we want to change them and let them understand the art. You can modify your character for the appreciation. So we are not just because we have an art class and then we already the promote the arts. I think I feel that when we have an art curriculum, when they graduate from the San Marino High School, when they go out, when they're in the museum outside, I think that they have a different thinking than the others. Yeah.
Exposure, the appreciation
Yeah.
for and of.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So I think that this also, the school administrator need to create, let them to, to have the opportunity to, yeah.
Okay, let's go one further. So this is the mission. Lena, would you read that one for us?
So San Marino Unified School District delivers supportive environments and innovative opportunities for student learning, promotes individual student excellence, invites collaboration and discovery, and challenges students to take responsibility as members of a diverse global community.
Okay, so assuming that we'll do this a little bit differently. Give me a couple examples of where you would say this program delivers supportive environments. Something in the district you say, well, that delivers supportive environments.
Wellness center.
Wellness center, another one,
Support staff.
support staff.
I think leaning into the UDL and the PBIS.
There you go.
Yeah,
Great.
Sure.
So that should really be in every classroom.
Yeah.
It should be
Right.
universal throughout our district.
Yeah. Great.
Counseling, support services,
Starting practices.
yeah.
Right. Innovative opportunities for student learning. Pathways. Obviously, we're doing with the dual program, very much so. Liberal arts.
The partnership programs that we have are very innovative. With Huntington, we have another business one with UPenn.
How do we promote?
Mostly secondary,
Those.
yeah, those.
Yes, but we also have, I think student council at Carver is a great example.
Yeah, that's
Award-winning
first
student.
year.
I would love to see that at Valentine also.
Yep.
But I think that we are giving innovative opportunities that you get all levels. Middle school students.
Example of, yeah, we clearly promote individual student excellence. How do they know that? How do we promote it? At least, yeah, see it, know it.
We
How do
have
they
a
know?
board spotlight at every board
Okay,
meeting.
great
We
example.
open, we try to be really student centered, student focused.
It's a great example.
Reason for being.
I think one of the ways we also do that is through our new diagnostic assessment, where it is measuring individual student achievement, and students take accountability of that and understand their growth patterns over the years.
That's great, yeah.
It's really good one.
Yeah.
Where do we invite collaboration discovery?
I think collaboration happens when you're making space for project-based learning. And we went from a traditional high school schedule to a block schedule this year. And so we are
Wow, you
seeing.
guys did a lot this year. It's not a little thing. Gosh, my heart stopped for a second. I was old high school principal here. That made me just like, oh goodness.
That was a heavy one too. a very
Yeah.
heavy
Yeah,
one.
very.
Faculty going, oh my goodness, that changed, moved the cheese there a little bit for everybody.
So, we're seeing more project-based learning, group work, students collaborating together, and flipped classroom styles. It's really very inspiring.
Yeah, because that's the power. It's the simple part. People look as, we just more time with kids in longer spaces.
Yeah.
It's not, it's to change how we use the instruction time.
Right.
And that's good for you guys. Wow, that's a huge unit. Challenges students to take responsibility as members of a diverse global community. So how do we challenge students to do that? And so that particular, it's one of the goals. There's a typo there too.
I think one of example happening in the robotic club. I think it's very good. You know, the student they want to develop a robotic club. They right now they also have like a president. They are responsible for finance. Yeah, you let the student understand. You know, you not just spend, and you also need to help yourself to build up the financial strength. Yeah, I think that's a good example.
That's
Yeah.
a really good example.
Yeah,
It's a student-led program. Yeah, and so there's a lot of collaboration discovery, and they're taking responsibility. And they made it to the World Championship this year, first year in 23 years since the program started. So it's pretty impressive.
I think we have a couple of service projects at our elementary schools where they really try to serve the community through drives, like Valentine does like a pajama drive. They did a toy drive at Carver. And so that they start to look beyond just the individual San Marino community. And then I think our high school students, honestly, for being kids of a new social media age, our high school students are pretty responsible social media users for the most part. There's obviously places of improvement, but I think they recognize they're being looked at. And they are held up as standards to others and models to others of their behavior. And so they do interact with people across the world because of the backgrounds and the different programs and activities they participate in. They network in ways we never did over social media, and they're very mindful, I think, of what they're projecting as a San Marino High School student.
The examples you gave of the elementary level, at elementary, that some of the service projects are local. It's that concept of we have to get local in order to realize the global side of that as they get to be older students and more that they're doing. And so both of those are said. Okay.
You know, I feel for the global community, I still have a long way to go. Yeah. You know, as I'm the first generation immigrant, so I think this is like a slogan, but actually we are not ready to promote and make the to still understand the for the ethnic group, the background, they can know each other. Yeah, or for the international I think the news they are watching. Yeah, actually this is in the Pacific Rim, but I don't think the inside school community they are really pay attention to what's going on from the Europe or Asia every day. Yeah, and then what is the impact? Yeah, we are very lucky for this time. For me, is some the issue but not happening in this smaller community. Yeah, so I think I still have a long way to go. Yeah.
Goal. That's why it's important. Okay, so I'm not gonna watch this yet. Let's back up. Sorry. Okay, I would recommend that we have a stretch break real quick. I don't know how everybody else feels about that, because when we get back, so you can have perspective, we're gonna have about a 1-minute video on the importance of coherence and alignment. both in an organization and personally to the organization. And then we'll start right in on, okay, let's go to goal A. We'll open up the notebooks. What does it look like? Do we want to look at language again? What are the indicators? Do we want to change the indicators, adjust? Some of them may look just like we did last year. But is it okay with the group if we just pause for a quick 5-minute kind of shake break, bio break? Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Hopefully you bubbled up some, I mean, you've heard some concepts, some things where you're thinking about as we go into this, where are there gaps? Are there any places that as you listen today, you're thinking to move the needle? Where are the places we might want to push on that as we think about these goals?
Okay. Dr. De La Torre, is that okay if we start again in like
Absolutely.
5 minutes or so?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, thanks, everybody. That's a great start.
There it is. It's not close to one. Now.
as opposed to, inheriting something that's already been started. So that's kind of great that he was in on the ground floor.
That's why you had the reaction, because I've been in all those settings, and it's crazy how much opposition there can be versus, well, let's see how we can make this work.
Well, I think COVID was a gift in some ways, because it forced everybody to become comfortable with pivoting.
Yes.
And that was not our forte for a long time.
My nature, it's not our work.
Yes, yeah, inertia, right? What, yeah,
Organization.
yeah, what is it about, like, and something at rest will stay at rest, right? Yes, that's it, that's it.
And it's just, it is funny, the Carnegie unit of time has dictated, just how we
Yes.
approach instruction, and people are just, I know what my lessons are like, it's just that fear of the unknown and what's this gonna mean. And
Right, like we were just
I
speaking
just
with the
really-
physics teacher, and he said it was really hard. He's been teaching it a long time, just change it, but now he likes it. So it's like, oh my God, that's huge.
That's
know?
huge.
That's a huge step.
Yeah.
And we were in hearing from the wellness director yesterday that gives more flexibility in seeing more students, so.
It would, the time and space for
And
that.
the data on, less disruptions, less issues, because people are passing so much, and there's all those data points that every district that I know that's done it well, that's like, they're like, oh, we reduced this and we were able to increase this.
Well, I think even the students were worried, and they may not be 100% happy, but they were never gonna be 100% happy. But they came around, even the ones who the students were concerned, a lot of them have come around too.
There's some content for sure that, is much more translatable into that time space than other.
That's right.
It's great to have 3 subjects that you're responsible, like homework in one night instead of 6 every night.
Well, and it's like college, you're not going to class every day in college, so for really a college prep school.
Right, preparing these kids to launch to college. It'll be a seamless transition for them. For lots of reasons we did it. We looked at the data, and 80% of all the high performing high schools have gone to block schedules. So it just made sense for us. And it wasn't easy. It was, lots and lots of conversations. We managed it, and people have really adapted.
Yeah.
Well,
Great.
You guys, good momentum. Okay, thank you for your start today. Appreciate it very much. Jennifer, you weren't here as we were getting started because I know you had a full plate this morning, but I want to thank you just for all the support, and it was organized, and I'm sure it was that way yesterday, and I'm sure Friday with graduate. I know you had a lot on your plate too, so thanks for being a great teammate to us too, as we've done all this. Much appreciated. Thanks. Okay, so the slide behind me talks about those 2 words, coherence and alignment. And everything we've been doing this morning has been about creating that importance with that, and how important it is to make sure we have that coherence and alignment. And so we're gonna watch to bring us back and kind of get our feet back in our same place again. We're gonna watch a quick video next. This is John Maxwell. John Maxwell is a leadership author and public speaker in all areas of leadership, in particular around ethics and leadership, around personal self-development and leadership are his 2 strength areas. And in this particular one, he's talking about, it's called the Maxwell Minute. And he's talking about alignment, both organizational alignment and personal alignment, and how those 2 things can be upheld.
Alignment is a wonderful word because it means that you take effort to take something that is important and put it in a sequence that will help you to be successful. For example, I talk about alignment in priorities. I ask people to ask themselves, what gives me my greatest return? What gives me my greatest reward? And what's required of me? I call it the 3 R's. And I say, line up the 3 R's like you'd want to line up the 3 stars. Get them in alignment. You see, when I get the 3 R's in alignment, all of a sudden it gives me maximum return because now I've got them working together. Alignment means you're moving in the same direction. You're working together. You're taking and maximizing your energy and your effort. So I hope that in your life, you're getting some alignment in your relationships, alignment in your priorities, alignment in your life. Because as you take time to put things where they need to be, they'll take time to give you the return that you really want to have.
Okay, so that alignment part, you all have spent time this morning talking about how important relationships are in your district. He would argue that if we have alignment, clarity around the larger organization, it will allow us to have the alignment within the relationships that we want, the space for them to grow, the space for them to be risk takers, to develop in their system. And so yesterday, I know that you all spent time, as Dr. De La Torre said, we're gonna kind of do a data dive a little bit. We're gonna dive in a little deeper on data. Dr. Choi even mentioned that there's new vocabulary around that, and how do we develop a common vocabulary to talk about data. So the other side to that equation, of course, is for a group like this to be able to be so close to the data, that's one thing. But for your community, it's about story. It's the narrative, the story, because if you don't have the story for them, they will have their own story. And they're quick to do that in high achieving communities. And so I'd like this group to just kind of build on that on each other by using the word and. So based on everything you heard yesterday, okay, everything you heard yesterday around data, let's start building the data story for the district. What would you say the data story of the district? So if Trustee Lamb leads off, then I'm sorry, I looked right there. Trustee Jane will lead off. Thank you, Jane. If Jane leads off and says X, then we want someone to say and just keep building on wherever it starts. But what's the data story for the district?
Students have returned back to pre-pandemic levels of student achievement.
Thank you. Good start.
$300 million in needed improvements to our facilities.
So they're back, they're engaged, and we have needs.
Right.
Good. What else? And
we're looking at the data to establish where the students are and where we need to be in terms of intervention and support. And so it's not really just intervention and support and maintenance, it's the acceleration of learning.
okay. So if I'm a parent or a community member, I hear that trying to meet the needs of all students.
Using data.
Yep, using data to drive it. Another and what else? What else is the data story for the district?
And we need to invest in communications with the community to get them completely up to speed on the reality of our story as opposed to the narratives that are out there as related to the bond measure and how the school district is funded. I think there's a misunderstanding that's pretty common. Because we are an affluent community, people assume that the school district has money. They don't understand the difference between basic aid and LCFF and why San Marino cannot be a basic aid district. And we need to develop a narrative that is easy for people to understand in layman's terms around that, along with supporting inter-district enrollment in San Marino.
Complexity of that.
Right.
And
Piggyback off of Board President Ryan, continuing to meet the individual needs of every student, whether it's remediation to enrichment, by addressing the whole child, the academic, the social, emotional, physical, all of the above.
Okay.
Oh, yes, good.
And touching on what Dr. De La Torre said, I think that we are fiscally transparent and, trustworthy in stewarding the funds. I think that data is raw data, and we need to disseminate that in simpler, not simpler so much as more digestible, bullet pointed ways. Because I think some people are wary of that. And it's like, it is literally all on our website and public, but We want people to understand it.
We can use the word repeatable and understandable, repeatable, understandable, repeatable. We have to make it understandable. And then we know we've really done something if they can repeat it. Because when they're at the soccer fields, when they're in the grocery store, I want them to repeat it. So understandable, repeatable. That's a great and goal.
I can't remember who said it, but I think the significant emphasis on data and using data to drive instruction, using data to drive programs or initiatives, academic and non-academic, is critical. I think we need to learn to be comfortable with being uncomfortable with data, because data tells us where we shine and where we need to grow. And I think that for a high achieving district, that is something that may be a little difficult to embrace, because we are strong academically, and our programs are strong, but really diving down and looking at the individual students or the individual programs and being comfortable with making that data public to say, here's where we did really well, and here's an area that we did not do so well, and here's what we're going to do to focus on that area of growth. And that's difficult.
The smaller the system, the harder.
Challenges this.
And humanizing the data, because we're not in the business of, making widgets or whatever and selling them. But we are in a business which has to be data driven, but our product are human beings development. So I think there's sort of we need to wrap those together.
The story part is so important.
Let me share from the community or some of outsiders. So they're still thinking decreasing the enrollment. But actually, I think this year we already turned around. So we need to send a message how we can stop this rumor, because this rumor even affect to whether we need two elementary school or we just keep the one. I think this also may impact on the bond election. And secondly, also from the outside of community, I think this year we are doing better than last year about the college admissions. But we need to have an explanation how our seniors high school students they choose for their priority. Yeah. So I think these are also effect to the future, parents when they are in the first grade or eighth grade, they want to go to private school, or they will continue with us. Yeah. Yeah.
And I think we started the work on this year was starting to recognize and celebrate the diversity of where people are coming from and how to meet those needs for them, whether it's wellness or it's programs or curriculum, that there's a diverse people group that we serve. And so how do we serve them in ways that matter and are meaningful? And I think that's something we started a lot of work on this year, which was great.
Okay. Good momentum. And I do need to I sat back just for a second. Usually I'm a leaner in, but I sat back for a second only because I did this similar exercise a week ago with the board. They will remain nameless because I love them. They're fine. But we tried to, I said.
Mine is a great.
They're fine, and that's fair. If you do them, that's fair. We tried to use the word and. That's all I wanted. In a second, I want you to use the word and they kept getting stuck. The next person would start with, well, I think you all did, and I just need to I need to be a mirror for a moment and reflect that back to you because you're close to the work. You had no problem attacking that from both the board and cabinet level of, yeah, we're going to use the word and how do we build upon what the person in front of me just shared? And so kudos to you guys. It's a small thing, but from a consultant's perspective, and even as a superintendent, that would matter a lot to me. So thank you guys for being so great at that. Okay, so let's jump into our goal development process here. So if you go to tab in your notebooks, tab number 3. Tab 3, page 2, which would look like this. I think some of you are already to that spot, and it's a familiar look at a familiar space, which is always a compliment to you all as well. And so the first page, there are board goals, goal A, B, C, D, you're familiar with. I want us to start the process, and Sandy and I will work on this with you together. As first of all, before we look at goal A, we have to ask a bigger question. Is there any goal that we don't have? Is there any goal that's missing? Is there any goal that should be here that's not? You've spent all day yesterday with data. I saw Dr. Delatorre's presentation to you from the board meeting, the last board meeting, I guess it was. It was elegantly done. It was smartly done. I saw the state of the district report from February. All of those. So knowing all of that, we may not know that till we get to the end.
I feel like we need to have something about improvement. Like we do have certain weaknesses, certain schools and areas, you know, and I think there needs to be more of a spotlight on that so that we can improve. Like Dr. Richter said, you know, we need to be okay with getting data that we don't want to know, but that's really the data we need.
Okay,
So,
so let's hold that.
and then
Go.
also, I don't really see anything about innovation, fostering innovation, which it is in our mission and vision, but it's not really. I mean, it is in the pathways, I guess, but yeah.
Good, those are good. And the advantage of now, we have we'll use 2 or 3 big words there: improvement, growth, if you will, innovation. And so we'll hold those words as we start working on the goals to see, do we want to change? Because part 2 is now, let's say we'll start with board goal A. Part 2, we look at the main title and say, are those the right words? Does that say what we needed to say? Do we want to adjust that in any way? Is that Sandy?
That's right. I mean, I think, you know, those are big buckets. And then when we get into the specificity of those different things that you've delineated under those areas, we'll do a little bit more specific look at the language, the actual goal. But overall, right now, as you've gone through the year and you think about goal A, provide an environment of safety and wellness. Goal B, develop and implement fiscal health and sustainability. Goal C, demonstrate a conscious culture of service, value, and appreciation. And then goal D, prepare students to be high-quality global citizens. Those are your big goal buckets. Is there anything there that now, given this last year, that you think there's something missing? Now, so Francesca's given us two buckets to think about. Do you think they fit in one of those goals that could be expanded, or are they going to be standalone things that you'd like to develop? So, you know, I'm going to give you a minute just to give you space to ruminate for a second. Take a look at those goals. How do you feel about those big overarching buckets? I'll give you a minute to dig into those bullet points in a minute, so you don't need to do that just. Just thinking about the big buckets right now. Let me just ask for goal A. Is there anything there in terms of that big overarching goal for environment of safety and wellness that you want to change, adapt? It's working. Yeah.
I think, I'm not sure if this is where it fits, but
Okay.
it's something we talked about yesterday in terms of our technology. Needing to think about what are our guidelines around AI? What are our guidelines around communications with the community, whether that's social media or Parent Square or emails? What are our guidelines around students' behavior around technology, whether that's use on campus or unfortunately schools are increasingly becoming more and more the regulators of student use outside the classroom, which is really difficult, but expected.
Specifically, Jane, around tech or just in general?
I think tech and everything it encompasses. Because there's the staff and the school district part of it, but then there's the community engagement part of it, and then there's the student use part of it. And so it's this whole realm of technology that we really need to reassess because everything's changing.
Yeah, I think our last bullet point could be changed from utilize technology to maximize staff responses. Utilize or develop a framework for technology use
Right,
with
right.
staff.
That's very clean. Yeah, that's a clean way to put it.
Both
yeah.
faculty and
Right.
students.
For faculty, students and community.
So if, I mean. I
Say
feel
that
like
again. Say that again.
Develop a framework to utilize technology or a technology.
Utilize,
Yeah,
to implement.
yeah.
We can work.
Yeah, but
speed.
something like that,
can work
because I know that's right up Dr. Choi's alley and he's like, could do.
And I'm sure you've got some nice ways to
The
phrase
big
it.
keyword is responsible use of technology.
Thank you.
That's what I just said.
So since we see how, I see how this is going, where you jumped right into both the heading and really going down to the bullets. Let's just, if it's okay, give you a minute. Let's work that way. We were gonna kind of do the overarching bucket first and then get into the details. But I like what you're doing. So let's take a minute because Francesca's already looking at modifying the last bullet. Let me give you a minute because we didn't say this initially, to look at each of those other 4 bullets. And I think, is there anything in there, you got the guidelines up there, you want to keep, change, add, or just something you want to reflect on for now? Joseph?
Okay, for goal A, the one, they say the continued collaboration with the city, state and the federal agency.
Yeah.
Maybe should remove, I don't know.
You want to delete that one?
Yeah, because I feel it's very heavy, the goal, and is that directly involved with the school district or?
I would actually rather leave it there.
I'm okay with leaving it in the sense of, our safety and wellness meetings, and that way we can put money towards things that enhance safety with police.
Well, the reason why I mentioned that because right now we post COVID-19 stage. What we try to comply with this state.
I'd like to still work towards a resource officer, and I think that takes resources on our part.
Well,
I
like
think
you
that
have something coming up.
The overarching goal is safety and wellness. So we were thinking about that, as I recall last year, in the context of working collaboratively with San Marino Police Department.
Yeah.
Making sure we have a comprehensive threat assessment team that includes members of law enforcement. Making sure that we are having opportunities to train with the San Marino Fire Department. I am meeting at least monthly with the city manager to collaborate and make sure that we're having a really strong conversation around safety and when we talk about that.
I like comprehensive
Yeah.
safety response.
Very important, but from this
Plan.
The
way
very
it's
short
worded.
wording,
The wording is.
my thinking is go
Right,
to.
yeah.
So I think
Maybe partner with local, state and federal agencies.
Keyword though.
Okay, what's wrong?
I feel like if you, partner gives away some
So
of
just
our
collaborate
control.
with.
Yeah.
So collaborate with local, state and federal agencies.
Better. It's not as ominous, it's
Yeah.
overwhelming. There's some clarity to it.
Yeah.
And as you think about, I'm not gonna let you. As you think about the bond in November,
Right.
the
Yeah.
collaboration with that group in particular, they'll all come into effect at some play along the way.
Yeah, they actually have a
Starting, yeah.
public safety text that they're gonna put on the ballot at the same
Yeah.
time.
Because you're part of your bond, I'm just guessing, but part of your bond story will be around environment of safety and wellness in
Yeah.
some way.
It will be.
And so that's I think just the clarity of the wording is important there.
And I think, to your point, Joseph, so this is still a big bucket. In other words, just keep, don't ignore other entities that we might be able to have relationships with and collaboration with that benefit this overarching goal. So it's just continue that, and then staff will determine where those, what those lanes look like.
How.
Okay.
Just
Wow.
Sandy, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
real quick, so we make sure we get the memory right. Jennifer, are you taking notes to some of this? Okay, and then maybe, I don't know, Lena or someone else could also kind of, so we have that double, so we have, I don't want to miss voice of any particular words or phrases when we get ready to go back to it, if that's okay.
All right, so that's, but again, a really good discussion, this is kind of this coherence and alignment piece to make sure that, the difference between a partnership and a relationship and collaboration,
Right.
are pretty common.
And in
Anything else you
order
would
to
say?
acquire resources if needed, like if we had a major disaster, we keep hearing about these little earthquakes happening. And the fire chief continues to remind me that it's, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
Right.
And so we would definitely need to collaborate with state and federal resources, potentially if we had extensive damage to our campuses. So I think that falls nicely within that realm.
And, to your point, having that as a goal keeps, staff sort of elevated in that role. And then, heaven forbid, but crises happen. And so the more those relationships are established, the more able you are to navigate anything that's going to happen for real, a safety issue, a disaster issue, should involve all those entities and more. So I think that's a worthy goal on the part of the board.
I also wanted to add that in terms of looking at environments of safety and wellness includes that piece that, as Dr. Choi said, it not only gathers the data, which informs our decision, but it analyzes the success of those educational programs and strategies, right? So for instance, if you are saying we're implementing SEL, we're implementing restorative practice, we are doing multi-tier systems of support, what are the student outcomes of that? How are we using that data for evidence-based strategies? I can write that up for you. You don't have to do it because I wrote it. I took my own notes. And then when we're sorry.
I just wanted to have a big spot up here. So, but really you're talking about having evaluation methods.
Yeah, so when we have a program that says we're having link crew, we're doing these things, what's the framework? If the framework is UDL, if the framework is MTSS, if it is all of these things, how does it measure the student outcome? Okay, because we can say we do all of these things, but it affects the students differently, and whether or not there is evidence-based strategies that are used, that's really key for me.
So would you say foster environments of safety and wellness using evidence-based strategies?
Mhm.
But I also hear a second part to that was, did you say evaluate? I'm sorry, Francis. My backwards.
Evidence-based strategies, evidence-based.
Or data-driven?
Data.
So evaluate the effectiveness of evidence-based strategies to support, is that
to support the measurement of student outcomes. You know, it's great to say, oh, you feel better now? Okay, that's great, but it's really not a student
Like
outcome.
how many students were, we completed the wellness center?
So what I hear you saying too is that you want to use both quantitative and qualitative data to move to evaluate success of program. It's both.
And assurances that those strategies and programs that are being implemented actually have something behind them.
Right, because we already have the pieces.
Yeah.
Now I want to see how the pieces fit together, because that foundation depends on that fitting of all of those pieces. And it is qualitative as well as quantitative. Yeah.
So would that be instead of bullet point 2?
I'm very happy with what we've got there, and because we're gonna continue working on it, but I really need that piece.
It is a new bullet. Yeah.
Maybe just as a thought. So you guys are, again, maturity in this, and your goals are moving you, you know that because you've had success. But we want to go to another level of, we want to use quantitative and qualitative data to really give us, what's our ROI and what's our return on investment on this? Are we getting it? So just as a thought, maybe the last bullet in each one of the 4 categories has something about use qualitative and quantitative data to inform the whatever, it's it, right?
Yeah.
Just something that's that common. So we're building a practice that we said, okay, this is a new practice. Like Lena said, sometimes the data doesn't always make us feel as good, but it's really important that we lean into it. And so maybe that would be something that would go across each of the goal areas to look at programmatically exactly what Trustee Ryan is saying in the one goal area.
And to add on to that,
Well done.
I try. That it's not just to have an evaluation, but to have an evaluation with an eye to continuous improvement.
Okay.
Because it's one thing to simply say, this is what we did, but what's the point of it? It's a formative evaluation, not a summative.
And innovation,
And innovation.
because if we,
Of
you look at
innovation
all
and
your
improvement.
data, do you want to have something
Right.
new come out of it?
Right.
Do we want to?
Or
do
right.
we improve?
Because it's all about being a formative evaluation. It's not a summative one.
Okay.
For each goal, that seems like that's a good, I don't bullet.
And it's a reminder then to staff that, okay, you know, the board wants us doing this and they want to know what was the impact, what was the efficacy of this.
Having it in each goal area builds it as an action behavior. It's like, this is an action and behavior we have. And it's really next level kind of work, to be honest. It's that next level of detail. Okay. Is there any bullet points in A, despite, I mean, aside from the fact that the changing of wordsmithing a bit, a little more focus as we talk about our city relationship, framework for the framework part of technology, which is important because now the how is going to go to the other side of the house where they're going to say, well, here's how we're going to do it for AI. Here's how we're going to do it for all the things that were listed. Anything missing?
I feel like given all the work we did with our facility master plan, it needs to start being demonstrated in our goals somehow. How does our facilities match up to
Align.
providing an environment of safety and wellness? Because as we're looking to, if we're going to talk about spending X number of dollars, how does that fit with what the goals we have?
Aligning the facilities master.
Yeah, so yeah, how does the facilities master plan align with this goal? And that might,
I think it's the other way
or
around.
how does say it again?
The goals need to align to our facilities master plan because we had that vision. So how are we then going to fund and give the what to administration to exec team? So I think these need to follow. Because we've already done that work, right?
Right, well, we had the ed specs, but I don't feel like the ed specs were sort of broad. I don't
So
know
you
that,
feel like it's the other way around?
I think they do go together. I don't think that it becomes I don't think it becomes then it, like, if then, I think they're and.
Coherence, alignment
Yeah.
versus hierarchy.
I mean, our facilities master plan is more than site plans.
Right.
It's
Right.
what is our education, what is that going to look like
Right. It's a
20,
vision beyond
30 years
just-
down the road? Where are we going? And if we've done that work of where are we going, you're right, they do go hand in hand.
And I do think they're, recursive because as something changes, you may go, oh, we put that as, what we thought, and maybe that's not now, we're building this building, who knows? Because all your points earlier and the
It's all
bamboo
alive.
analogy, things are gonna change over here, but you want to make sure that as the board's doing its work, that those things are closely, monitored to make sure that there's alignment. So that would be, so let me just for clarity, I suggested new bullet around tech use and keeping, safe environments and student wellness around that. You've got a new goal around for all the different goal areas around the effectiveness of programs with evidence-based strategies, making sure that you're analyzing and evaluating that. And then this would be a new goal for.
I
all
would
of
say
them.
it would be a bullet point for everything. Don't we need to align all of these things with our plan for the future, our vision?
Definitely fiscal health and stability.
Definitely there.
And definitely the impact on our students.
Can it live in that space and then be an outreach goal to the other goals that says, what you have right now is, do the assessment, you've done that, so that one's gonna come off, but it's really gonna be about ensure that the FMP, however you wanna say it, and our facilities plan is aligned with our other, but connected to an integral part of, a lens through which, there's lots of language you can use.
Maybe we go through the rest and see where it falls.
Yeah, that's fair. Not the rush to it.
All right, so let's go back to work, go ahead.
Yes, and there was one more too. I think it's clear, it might be where you're going. Just clarity and language around the collaboration with city. How we just maybe change a little bit of something in that.
Okay.
I know we were maybe just a little more. Yeah,
I
micro,
think we,
not as overwhelming macro.
it's under the resources. I think you listed it as the resources part. Acquire resources as needed, yeah.
Like Linda's language.
So something-
Acquire
yeah.
resources as needed. Collaborate with.
So collaborate somehow, collaborate with somebody.
Collaborate with Cigna in order to. Garner the.
With XYZ.
The resources, so on. That makes it a little tighter.
I might say support and resources.
Yeah.
Just because it's not necessarily, people see resources as financial,
Right.
and I think you're talking about more than that.
Yeah.
Right?
Can we strike the first bullet? It feels a little weak. Create opportunities for increased safety awareness and competency. Do we still need that? Probably not, right?
I think we'll be on.
Yeah, we can take.
So that first bullet.
I'm okay with it. Do
Just
we
to-
have enough for, to balance the wellness safety aspect here? I know we have a lot of physical safety, mentioned. Just throwing it out there. I don't have an answer.
Continuing. It sounded like based on yesterday's wellness report, we have a lot of needs at the elementary level. Because we started with the high school, we really focused on the middle school last year. And the elementary school, there seems to be a lot of needs, but we haven't really had a chance to figure out how to meet those needs. So that might be an opportunity.
District wide.
Yeah, an opportunity to continue to align it across the district. So that would be part would that be? So maybe the second one, provide a framework for mental health, so
Across the 4 school sites.
we'll continue to align mental health services across all school sites, as well as the district office too. Because I think a lot of times we forget that there are a lot of mental health needs even there with the staff and.
Especially in my-
So across the district,
Let me ask a question if
I'm not touching that one.
That bullet starts with provide, words provide, that's the action. Provide a framework. So would you say that
think we have a
we've already
framework.
provided the framework?
Right, we have a
So
framework.
let's elevate that then. It
Right.
can stay there, we just need to elevate what we're saying.
So, enhance,
You know, the,
strengthen, enhance the
here
framework.
they say the provide framework, yesterday I mentioned about the, if the waiting list still long, then
Right.
we find the more
Mhm.
the referral source.
Yeah, and so what Mr. Chang is referring to is that we had a presentation on wellness yesterday delivered by our wellness coordinator. She oversees our programs district-wide. And she was saying that there's a waiting list for some students to be seen. There's not enough providers of mental health services to meet the existing need. And so Mr. Chang was recommending that we continue to look for community partnerships that would provide that service to our students. We have a partnership currently with
The
CSE
two, yeah,
and Foot Health.
yeah.
And so there may be other opportunities to look for partnerships with city or community organizations that could provide that service to our students, so that we don't have kids waiting.
What about, early, like an implementation of early years, wellness curriculum, like,
Social emotional awareness, yeah.
Yeah, but is it-
Second
Second
step,
step,
yeah.
yeah.
They started doing that.
no, I know, so there's second step, there is Mind Yeti. But we're still seeing a lot of needs, so is it effective? I mean,
Which is that last bullet.
yeah.
Evaluating
Shelley's asking about
the
it.
Shelley's
outcomes,
asking
right? Yeah.
And the framework really needs to center around the multiple tiers and levels of support. Whether we're looking at more tier 1 support, which is what we're looking at in SEL. But then at the next level, what's happening with the student that needs a little bit more than, I'm stressed about my homework, and then suicide ideation and so on and so forth. So as we look at the progression of support, there needs to be levels. So the higher the need, the higher the support. So we have to look at that in
Okay,
terms
so
of tiers.
we put both those concepts together then. So what if we look at that bullet, we would say, because you've already provided. So what if we would say refine framework and increase services for mental health and well-being? So the first part is we're refining the framework we've already put in, and then we want to increase services so students aren't waiting.
I also think that perhaps some focus on the other side of the coin, which is the teachers training around dealing with that, because if there's nothing wrong with kids, like it's a symptom of what's going on in their life. So if we treat it like go see somebody, but the adults aren't doing the work and the adults aren't changing, then I think that sends a message that it's all on them, which it shouldn't be.
So maybe if we use more of the language we already have with MTSS, it becomes part of everyone's responsibility. Because the teachers are already being trained in MTSS, but how do we really build up MTSS with the mental health work we're doing?
That's in the classroom, in tier
Yeah.
1, that's where it
Yeah.
starts.
Right.
All
Yeah,
of them
right.
are, need to be.
Right, so what was that again, Greg? How did you frame it?
Refine framework, which is the first, and we could, in parentheses, we could put MTSS as like by way of example if we want, because there's a frame.
Nobody understands.
Okay, well, right, there's a frame to that. So refine framework and increase services for mental health.
But the other piece then that I hear now is support implementation through professional learning. So you can have a framework, but what you're talking about is the implementation through the other staff and having them trained up to.
Continuing.
Yeah, well, but I mean, that's the how part of it.
It is.
That's their part.
But you're giving them verbs to, what's your goal? Is your goal that staff? What? Have. Support. You can say, I mean, and here's the good news. Staff's in the room, so all of the, staff considers are being heard and, will be digested. Where do you want to leave this goal though, so that they have clarity, because they're gonna have other hows that will come out of this goal.
Just,
To refine and increase services. Okay.
So we're taking off the first bullet, right?
So the increasing services part of that, if we are successful in gaining partnership with a community organization, there may not be a cost. However, when you say increase services, if we're not able to secure another community-based organization, that means that we're gonna be spending, that means we're gonna be spending money.
If you're not able to.
Yeah, we'll be spending money on,
Yeah, we don't need to
personnel.
necessarily say increase services.
Well, I'm just saying that if you put that in there,
If
that's the
there's the fund,
implication.
Yeah.
At a time when we are facing this
Yeah.
budget crisis and we're not gonna be able to likely provide any substantive, increase to our teachers or classified staff or management. And so if nobody's getting raises in this environment and we're adding, staff, that could become controversial.
So it could be a refined framework and, sorry.
Maximize
and
service.
Explore opportunities,
Yeah.
Explore, maximize,
Yeah, I was
explore.
gonna say
or
seek to
maximize
expand.
resources.
Because that's still the what, and then the how would be the exploration,
Right.
of actually looking what's out there.
So, yeah, seek to, I mean, because really what you're asking them to do, but the goal is, let's seek to, we don't know that we
Right.
can.
No problem. We don't know what's out there. We haven't really tried to see what else is out there yet beyond the low hanging fruit.
And I think, it goes back to, Shelley's goal then, you're in that constant iterative cycle of, is it working, is it not working? To Francesca's point, we've been putting these other programs in at the elementary level. Are we seeing a residual impact over time? Because it takes time, right, to.
I mean, my kids have done it now, since kindergarten, my daughter's in high school. I don't know that the kids are taking that much away from it.
Which one?
Second step.
I would disagree. Jillian's actually, she actually says stuff that I'm like, where'd you get that from? And she's like, from Second Step. I go, okay then. So I think it might be different than what they had before. Yeah,
So maybe it's.
yeah. I think it's a little more frequent and consistent in a way that it wasn't 5 or
But
6 years ago.
I also think the piece that the PBIS piece from the principals with the positive signage, all that.
Yeah.
I think the environment has become more positive,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
I'd agree
I
with
don't
that.
know if it's a program or,
Well, it's all of it,
both,
right? It's all of it. It's the
That's what I'm
whole,
saying.
it's putting it as a
Yeah.
comprehensive approach, right? The
That's-
multi-tier system of support, right? So that you're hitting it on all the levels.
I see Ed Services writing furiously over there, so that's well done.
What about the third bullet? Was there anything there? I don't know that I heard us. I mean, we've just talked about training. Really, that's alluding to whatever you're implementing, you want to make sure folks are getting trained.
We have done so much work in this particular area with Dr. Efren Belize. We've done work with Peter Crabb, who's literally gone into every single one of our classrooms to survey the environment, to figure out ways that we can make our classrooms safer spaces for kids, and to train our staff on their campuses on how to react should we have the unfortunate event occur of an active shooter situation. So I think that the word enhance, I think continue, or we need to make sure that we're reinforcing the training that's already been given.
That's the word.
Reinforce.
Reinforcing.
Training that's already been given, and then we need to make sure that we are also training
people who are new to our district.
Onboarding.
Substitute.
I think also, taking it from what Peter said, is that we, create an environment of, God, what was it? Customer service-based safety approach.
That's right.
Because that is, you are taking the initiative to say, hi, welcome to our school, and people then you're noticing people, like.
You're welcoming, you're not attacking.
Right.
Yeah, so customer service-based safety approach.
It's due, when you get on the plane, right? You're not just saying welcome there, it says it.
Yes, that's right.
Who are you? And all right, do you want to add that language, or is that just a staff?
I think reinforce was good, just changing that, tweaking that word.
Yeah.
But staff got the second part around
Yeah.
customer service as a point of emphasis.
Yes, emphasis. Because that would go to like our front office staff, obviously, and anybody who's on campus should be encouraged to be approached or.
That doesn't always happen.
Yeah.
It's sort of an archetype. It's kind of interesting. Okay, so how are we feeling about board goal A? Anything else that you want to add, change, delete?
Go back later.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, once we're done, we're done. So we kind of got off how we wanted to approach this, but we'll do it now. As you get into we have that little guide up there. So as you read through them for board goal B, and again, looking at that big bucket as well as those 4 bullets, just a note, I want to keep this, I want to change it. There's something you want to add, and we've already added some good bullets that will go on every one of your goals. And then anything that you want to just want the rest of the board to know, I want to think about this. I'm not ready, something I want to reflect on. So take a minute, look at board goal B, and then we'll jump into that conversation.
It's all FMC.
And then you're gonna have some changes here, right, around your FM.
And as we want to note that, board goals A, B, C, and D have been implemented, and, we've achieved much of this in board goal B. And so not always looking at it in the rear view, but here's where we are. We've met with some sort of fidelity each of these 4 areas. And so now where do we go next? Because we've already done 80% of this. So then at this point, these 4 don't really apply to us right now in the state that it did before.
So
That was 18 months ago or 2 years ago when we first looked at this.
So do you have another way do you want to keep a goal B bucket around fiscal health and sustainability? So is it still
fiscal?
okay? Is it still develop, or is it a different verb?
I think, developing, like we said, data about our finances that is clear and digestible.
Continuing to communicate and bring.
Transparent.
Yeah,
Like
transparency.
like
continuing to bring, transparency and communication to the community.
Understanding.
Bringing them along, helping them
Can-
understand.
Can you change that word on goal B so it says fiscal health and sustainability?
Oh.
Yeah, it's not.
Thank you.
I think, a goal should be, insulating us from financial risk as far as.
Sorry, hold on just for a second, Francesca, just so I can get the big ideas typed and get a Shelley. Continuing, it was about communicate and be transparent. Is that what you were?
Transparent and building some sort of understanding, like real understanding with the community of our financial status. Because there's a lot of misinformation and lack of understanding of what our finances are that end up impacting people's attitudes towards us.
And do we need the word develop, or should that be maintain?
That was what I was.
I don't like maintain. Maintain sounds like we're just going for status quo.
So, develop and implement, further,
development and implement need to be changed, but I don't know what the words are.
Enhance, even, that's not.
Achieve.
No.
I think you can we just have the goal be fiscal health and
Yes,
sustainability?
Yeah.
Exactly.
And just leave it
But then we have to change everything, because I think we did that because we were trying to create, the same verbiage. Yeah, we were trying to create the same verbiage.
So what we try to say the last year, to get a community support,
But
what
it
kind of
sounds like we
support?
don't have one yet.
I know, that's not the right word.
Support
and
for, volunteerism, for donations, for,
Supports for fiscal health and sustainability.
well, garner community support under that goal could mean a lot of different things, but I mean, I can tell you how we've been interpreting that, right?
Okay, well,
Because for us in San Marino to be fiscally solvent and to have fiscal health and sustainability, we rely very heavily on local resources, such as the 2 parcel taxes, our bond, the schools foundations donations, the PTA's donations. Remember, about 30% of our budget comes from those sources, from our parents. We cannot sustain fiscal solvency
Building
with
relationships.
just LCFF. So we have to garner support from the community. And if the community buys into and believes in the work that we're doing, they're more likely to be supportive of our asks and our needs.
So I
Financially,
think this is
monetarily.
that's what Shelley was maybe getting
Yeah.
at here. So continue to communicate transparently to the community in order to build understanding of the district
I
financial.
think that is more explicit. That's
Too explicit.
more, no, I think
Okay.
it's fine. I think it defines
Yeah.
that
And I
in a
think that's what Shelley
clearer
was-
way, right?
Two, when you go to your main goal, the main goal heading,
Uh-huh.
I think if you just take out develop and the word and, just start with implement.
Oh, yeah.
Implement fiscal, did you, oh, sorry.
Yeah, right, with this.
Okay, yes, the answer is yes. Yes.
If I just, you were ready to
Oh,
add another. thought.
Another totally, I mean, it's obviously relates, but it's a separate top bullet point would be to, mitigate financial risks and like insulate us from the changing, environment, the greater environment with the state budget. So in how we're spending, saving where we can, so that we have a cushion. I
That
think,
speaks to reserves, like the board's
Yes.
commitment,
Right.
and the committed funds that we have.
I just smile because our
I was
community is
wondering-
so risk adverse. that There is no way we would ever jeopardize.
right.
Fiscal
Right, no,
health.
absolutely. But do you want to have it, so as a stated, goal?
Yeah, I think he's already
Leave
listed
that
it.
over there.
Yeah.
Insulate?
Yeah, you could go. a
Well,
lot of
I think-
different
I think
Financial
we,
risks.
I think like the bigger environment, like the budget environment, because we can't afford to just wait and see, because we're never gonna get enough money. So we kind of, from the state ever.
We can't rely on
Yeah.
them to fund our district.
Right.
Mhm.
And I think we get that word out pretty well. But continuing to.
So what's
Practice fiscal health and sustainability,
here?
because we already implemented it. Like, to say implement makes it sound like we haven't done any of that. Versus we practice fiscal health and sustainability.
Yeah, I mean, I could go with either, because you can implement annually, right? Like you start all over at the beginning of the year.
Oh,
you have a
elevate
budget.
is nice.
But elevate fiscal health.
I like that.
Elevate?
Elevate fiscal health and stability.
That doesn't mean anything to me. But how do you elevate fiscal health, like as a,
Well, you have more in reserve than you did. I would
Right.
maybe a little.
It's in the forefront
It's
of your
in-
planning.
right.
And
You're
it really.
It's instead of
Yeah.
increasing, increase fiscal health and state.
Increase is also good.
that makes it sound
And
interesting.
you're more conscious of how you're allocating your funds for the various goals as
Oh,
well.
prioritize.
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 Okay.
That's the one. That's
That's the one. That's the good one. Prioritize.
Yeah, okay, yep.
This is what brainstorming works, right?
Jason had an idea every now and then, every now and then.
Need a blind squirrel finds it.
A clock is right twice every day.
Okay, so prioritize, great words, thank you. And so let's go back to the idea, do you want to go around this idea of mitigating or addressing, planning, or?
Are we working on insulating? Are we working on the
I
insulating
think
one?
insulating in the sense of, you know, our returns are a big deal in how we, you know, create our budget to not spend, overspend.
Don't worry, he's
gonna have a comeback, really?
he's gonna have a good thing.
Jason's
Reorganize.
gonna have a comeback.
Poor Jason. He's like, whatever.
All right, we're back, sorry. Okay,
It's all right.
yeah.
You need mental brain breaks
Can you
from
stay
doing
on
this
track?
stuff for sure. So something like insulate districts, what did you create?
I didn't go that far from changing state budget, changing state fiscal,
Yeah, potential for
And ever
financial
changing.
impact.
ever changing.
Ever changing.
State fiscal challenges or whatever phrase, but it's that, the fact that there's some unknown. Yeah, because we already know there's gonna be deferrals. I mean, that's done. We know that sitting here today. They've done it before. They're not afraid to do it again. There's an election in November. They're not gonna take risk. We're gonna do deferrals. So that's that part for us. Insulate against financial risk.
I think we do have to be careful though, I'm sorry, I forgot who said it earlier, but this notion that we're in declining enrollment, that we're in this like financial free fall. You know, and I think that it then leads to this lack of faith of investing in our schools. I think we have to be careful to sort of build something in there in that goal that addresses the fact that we're not in declining enrollment. We're in a state of good financial health because of the things that we've been doing, rather than make it sound like it's scary waters ahead.
So is this, so it's continuing to continue to communicate transparently to the community in order to build understanding of the district's financial status. It's a little less, it's a little more than that.
Well, it's the part that comes before that,
Okay.
because we do have a sound financial standing right now.
Right.
And so we somehow need to be able to acknowledge that and continue to build on that this year without making it sound scary about what this state is going to do. Like, we have to acknowledge it. It's not it's an and.
I think that's public relations, and I think we've already started that work, in terms of communicating the message that we have appreciated the board's work around allowing the district to commit $8 million in funds. We are able to borrow from ourselves instead of having to go out for Tran when there are deferrals, right? And so we have positioned ourselves to be able to manage the changing dynamic at the state level. It's impacting us less. We're not having to react to it with layoffs. And that is what the board wants us to do in terms of stability and sustainability.
So maybe it's continuing to manage existing resources to meet.
I think this is where the data-driven piece comes in, because we need, like, our biggest spend is our people.
Right.
So we need to keep evaluating, do we have the, like, I don't want to say right sizing, because I feel like that gives it a
Scary.
connotation of like we're getting rid of people, but we need to just keep evaluating, do we have we met needs with fiscal health in mind? You know, like not over hiring.
And that, you're absolutely right, and we're doing that.
Yeah.
We're doing that now, but we're not, we're careful about how we articulate that to the community, because we know that the community values low class sizes. And so whenever we say, we're gonna look to absorb positions through attrition as opposed to laying teachers off, people don't really understand that in simple terms. And so people automatically think, oh my God, they're gonna collapse classes, or they're going to increase class
Right sizing
sizes.
never
and
means
not.
we're adding more jobs.
Right. So It's a tricky thing, but we're managing our resources as conservatively and effectively as we possibly can with all of those things in mind. And how we communicate it to Board Member Chong's point is really important. It's impactful, especially in the environment that we're in, with a bond going on the ballot possibly in November. So we need to be cognizant of that. And so I think I go back up to what President Ryan said, which is communicate, to communicate transparently. That is really important, and I think that's what we're doing, so we're continuing to do that.
And then I just put this as a question mark, because I
Yeah.
think that the point is, you know, as staff's considering this, is the current, the constant communication around the current healthy status of the district,
And so-
right? That you are doing well, you are managing your resources, you do have plans, you thought out what those mitigation needs might be.
And there are multiple budget presentations done throughout the year to communicate to not only the Board of Education, but to the public. And this past year, we had a lunch and learn, which Dr. Lynn, I think, did a masterful job of really communicating with people on the difference between how the school district is funded versus Laguna Beach, which is basic aid. Laguna Beach gets about $33,000 per student because they're able to keep their taxes. And we get like 13,500.
Right.
And so there's a big disparity in terms of how we're funded, and why is that? Why is that? So we have to explain it to the community so that they understand it. And so we can take opportunities to have town hall meetings to really explain community outreach. Yeah. To communicate the message on where we're at
We do have some
and why we're
great
here.
information, like Lena does such
Mhm.
great, and Dr. Lynn prior to, on the more data side, or I mean, they're both data, but
Mhm.
on the true finance side. But I think, yes, we do these things, nobody comes.
Right.
And then they say they don't understand. So I think,
I know.
I think we need to, take the initiative to blast things out.
Mhm.
I think, Dr. De La Torre is great at communicating with our parents about, you know, other stuff, like where we're at, just messages to our community. But I think we need to put some more, of the finance stuff out,
And yeah, there's that,
because they're not coming, and they're not gonna start coming.
yeah, no,
Yeah.
right, right, thank you. And there's that, how we've framed from the last goal, clarity as well as confidence in understanding our particular situation, because it is driven by our data. Okay,
Right.
so when we're able to have a clarity of message, that singular, unified, confident messaging of where we are, what our needs are, that's key in terms of what's going across the bottom of each of those goals. I mean, nothing works without it. You know, you can have the safest school in the world, but if you haven't communicated that, if you haven't shared it out, if it's not within your climate, if the kids aren't aware at every level, the teachers, the parents, then we're not really servicing because we're not able to get the messaging out. And the same with our fiscal health is that clarity, that confidence in knowing the data and knowing exactly what we're presenting. So it's gonna go across all of them.
I mean, as far as the, you know, the past goal for really mentioning the bond a lot, I think now this is where the bond messaging, like you're saying, that we're all unified in our messaging.
Mhm.
I think a unified message would be important there. You know, we were talking about talking points.
As
We
well
need
as-
those.
yeah. Mhm.
We still need them.
I think what we're, and this sort of goes in line with what we've been doing in general, is coming up with a long-term financial fiscal plan. What does that look like? Even when we talk about the bond, we talk about, are we going for a second bond? if we do the first bond, are we gonna need to do a second bond in order to get everything on that 330 list? Where does that fall? Where does that
Yeah.
fall in terms of our dependence on our community for PTA fundraising, for foundation giving, for, I think coming up with developing a long-term financial master plan would do us well to look like, we've done this, like, and we can communicate this out, right? Like, we've done this, we're here now, we're looking to the future. And both short-term in terms of what the state does to us and long-terms of what, in terms of how we control our own destiny as well.
And then if we have the data to
Yeah.
show, just like, I mean, I'd mentioned before in session that we need to kind of normalize scheduled bonding.
Right.
Because
And our partial,
we-
just like we normalize our partial
like right
taxes.
now, I feel like we all tiptoe around it, like we need to pass a bond, like, but we're gonna keep needing bonds because we have no money for these capital improvements.
And that is
and
what
we-
the state expects us to do. That's what all the districts are doing. They're
Yeah.
all on their
So
second,
we need
third,
to
fourth
look at
round.
Doing it, I don't know, every 10 years or,
Right.
you know, something where you've paid off a third of your first one. I mean, it's just reality.
Mhm.
And I think facing reality, looking at data and educating the public about needing it. I think that the sentiment has sort of changed in our community about understanding that, but
We have a lot of.
continue with
yeah.
that. Yeah, the
We
young.
have a lot of young families and
Mhm.
how does interdistrict enrollment fit within that plan, right? If you can't afford to buy into San Marino because it's $1,000 to $1,100 per square foot, what does that look like? But then we're looking at the city and we're collaborating with the city to the extent that we're looking at what they're doing for their housing needs allocation and how is that going to impact us? If the Huntington, another partner, is looking at housing for their work, for their scholars and residents, how does that impact us? Are there opportunities around that? I think that all becomes digestible bites.
I
for
don't
the
think it's communicated.
I think it's, we
Is that
actually
what
do
they-
develop, one.
develop.
We actually have to make one.
We don't have one.
Yeah, we don't actually,
It's just.
we don't have one in a succinct package.
No, because we have multi-year projections,
Right.
right?
Right.
Because we never know what, I mean, it's from year to year with the state budget, right?
Right.
It's very volatile and a lot depends on how, well the economy.
Maybe in,
That's why I
But-
wrote, but I wonder if this is a staff to consider versus, because really kind of, to me, it
It's not
falls
a
under
board.
the insulate district, like, they've gotta have a plan, but you're saying, hey, as you're developing your staff actions,
Right.
you wanna see this.
or maybe to align financial
Priorities.
planning and priorities with our master plan.
I think
Like our-
it's all alignment.
Yeah.
It's aligning the facilities and the finances, the educational services, all of
So
it.
if you could just have like, maybe a bullet point that talks about that alignment, because we're doing that work.
Right, right.
Just like with the LCAP,
Right.
we're aligning our goals, our LCAP goals with our financial resources. So, and that is the work that we are already doing.
Right.
But to memorialize it and for
Well,
us to be able-
packaging it, the way we package the facility master plan, the way we package the LCAP, right? It's this, it's not it's a living document that will guide us, just like the FMP is, just like the LCAP is, but it's putting it in forms that we can then communicate with the public around different issues.
Let me, please,
Go ahead.
I want to ask a question to make sure I understand. Are you having a bond on the November election? Yes, sir. Yes. or no?
That's a very good question.
Because,
We
right.
have not voted on that.
So my reason for asking, because all the things we're talking about with fidelity and stewardship about the budget based on state, all the vitally important communication with community, because you guys have such a unique nuance around budget in this community, very important. But when I look at your goals from last year, if I had no frame of reference and I were to come in a year later and I know it's 2024, I would say, well, you have to have at least 2 or 3 things that are saying
We still need something about the
We're-
bond.
That's what I'm
we're,
saying.
we're going for a
You
bond.
still need to put the
I did
bond on
say-
there somewhere.
I mean, I did say, communicate, to the public about the talking points about the bond.
Okay, so I
Engage with the community around the bond
Yeah.
and
Okay,
Uh,
I think continue garner community support. for the
But
fund.
we don't just support, like you said, right? Because it's not just about support,
Like
it's
with a deeper
about
understanding, like what would a word be for that?
engage with the community around the bond, understanding for the bond. I don't know. I mean, we're tiptoeing around it because we haven't done it
That's
yet.
where I was kind of
Right.
going. Have you guys surveyed the community yet?
Oh, yeah,
We've done
So, so you've done the data, all the front side.
We're in the last steps
Yep.
right now of doing another annual tracking. We're doing another tracking survey, which we haven't got the results for. And then in the next month, we're looking at what that wood resolution might actually look like. Oh, yes, it's
So
June.
basically,
Huh?
what you're saying is,
Yes.
we are finalizing or we are continuing community scan with the goal to place, considering a bond on the November 24 ballot. And that in itself is a driving goal. That's
Right.
really-
That's true.
And then I just want to say, and I want to think positive, but we have to, we're realists. The last bond did not pass. And of course, the last bond that we put on the ballot was in 2020. So most of them did not pass in that year, according to our consultants. So, it's not a foregone conclusion that the bond will pass this time, even though it's a no tax increase, right? So what happens to our goals if the bond doesn't pass, right? And we have to think about that. We have to think about the implications, I guess, of that.
So far though, if you just put continue, whatever, in consideration of placing a bond on the November ballot.
Yeah.
Okay, you're fine. That's a fair goal because that's really what you're doing. You're continuing your research in consideration of. And then obviously, if it goes on, then we're in. That's all the how now. We're all in on how to do that.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, you guys,
Yes, thank you.
okay, you guys remind me another issue. Pretty soon we need to discuss about the policy. So since the city and the state, they already put a green light for the ADU. So I think this is also the issue will impact on the enrollment. Because I know some in the community, in the another WeChat, they already have some the accept the student live in an ADU. Yeah. So not necessarily we will put in the goal, but I think the ADU policy relate to the the enrollment we need to address. Yeah. For the
Anticipate increases
Yeah.
in enrollment
Yeah.
due to the city's
And
ADUs.
also,
ADUs.
what is the impact on the finance?
Well, it also impacts how many we take out of district.
Right.
Because we've been using our inter-district enrollments to sort of prop up some of our numbers, to reinforce a consistent enrollment.
Yeah.
But maybe those numbers need to be reevaluated as we look at increased enrollment from our own city residents through ADUs.
Before Santa Monica became basic aid, that was a policy we looked at every year and evaluated it based on past and.
Right, aren't we looking at, we have capacity, and if there's a student who
Right.
lives in district, they're gonna get a seat,
Yeah,
guaranteed. So
right.
then-
As long as they're in residence.
Yeah, it's about the outreach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are scholars
So I
from
think people are.
Huntington
But
Library.
again, it's the understanding with the community
Yeah,
that
like,
that already
there's
is
a
in
seat,
place.
Like, there's
Yeah.
a seat, and
Legacy.
the airplane is going, no matter how many seats, but if the seats are filled, it helps us pay for the airplane.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
It's a huge difference.
it helps get the other passengers there,
Yeah.
with less resources from them.
Yeah.
To come out of pocket, right? It really does.
First class, business class.
So the goals so far in this area would be one, it's around communication as it relates to the budget. And we're wordsmithing that, of course. A second is the one that Sandy's putting up right now, which is the board will continue its research in consideration of a general obligation bond on the November ballot. It's all you're doing. It's researching, considering, and that's fair. The third area up there we have was about fiscal wellness, if you will, around having fidelity and stewardship to the budget. To where we are insulated, all those phrases and words, but we'll get there. Those are the three. Am I missing one, Sandy? Okay,
And then we
Those
just
are the
said
big three.
that the financial plan was really more how staff's gonna prove to the board that they are doing
Right.
this, which is insulating.
right.
And then the continue in your last bullet on pause.
And that financial plan has helped, as you said, with the statutory requirements of, in September, we have to unaudited actuals. In December, we're doing P1 and so on, so on. So that helps.
About the inter-district policy.
Well, I think it's addressing it.
Educated,
I think-
educated.
I think something around like some,
Monitoring and.
I think given that enrollment is king, is there anything we want to put up there around continuing to stabilize enrollment? Or do we just leave it as something the staff executes?
Well, I think
Yeah.
that's.
I think that comes under insulating, right?
Right.
So I think now
Yeah.
it's staff's interpretation. What are the indicators to the board that we are doing that? We've got a plan, we've communicated it, we've looked at enrollment, we're monitoring.
Right.
So I think
We're balancing all of those things and we're trying to make sure that even there's continuity between the two elementary schools. So that we don't have the majority of inter-district students at one school or the other. We're very thoughtful about that. They're very thoughtful about the number of permits that we're taking and where they're placed. So that is the how and we're doing the how. And so it's working so far.
And then I think this is the board, goal, and the clear, confident, it's still around that, and we don't have quite the language here, but transparent, clear, confident communication on, right, where we are as a district, to build that understanding of this district's health and viability.
I think I think 5 years ago, we reviewed the entire whole policy. But I think it's the time we need to pick up the several policy in terms of enrollment of the inter-district transfer. We need to review again and see what is the impact and what. And yeah.
We're looking at coming up with a system. President Ryan has already asked for that, to have board policy study sessions throughout the year so that we can bring you multiple policies that the board can review, and then we would bring them back on a subsequent open session agenda for the board's first reading, second reading, and then approval. We are going to calendar those dates in advance. That's something that we've already been given direction to do.
Then there are those like this, depending on where you get with your enrollment and status, that maybe the annual, even though it's not something you need to review every year, you might want to, depending on how tight you are with enrollment or what I think we ended up with like 9 criteria as we went down the list, because we had so many people who wanted, the same thing that will be the case here.
So it's interesting because we talk about this all the time, and I talk about this with other superintendents. The state of California is declining in student enrollment, and that's been widely publicized. And so I think San Marino Unified School District is in a very strong position, an enviable position, to be a district of choice, not literally, but figuratively speaking. And people want to come to San Marino schools. So we're not sitting around the table talking about how to dismantle our schools. We're not talking about consolidating and closing schools, which is the hardest thing that any board of education, any superintendent, any district will ever have to do in their history. It's the worst. We don't have that conversation because of all the work that we're doing and because of the enrollment that we have. And so other superintendents will say, yeah, you're lucky that you don't have to deal with this. And so it's a different time. When I first started here, we weren't letting inter-districts in because, we couldn't. We were full to the brim. And people were begging to get into our schools and could not. And now we have, we have really a thoughtful process that is in play. And our achievement has not been made to suffer. You saw that yesterday, right? Our test scores are continuing to go up. We don't have.
It adds value to the diversity.
That's value to diversity, absolutely. There's so many positives to this going forward, and I just think that we need to communicate that out constantly. We've done a lot of work, my team and I, around that. That's this year. But that really is something that continues to come up. Mr. Chang mentioned that earlier, in terms of, well, as a community, why are we educating, outside people? We just want to educate our San Marino kids and not have to pay to educate others. But what people don't realize is those others, they're generating revenue that we would not otherwise have if they weren't here. And we would have to take like $8 million out of our budget, and that would decimate our staffing. And we would not have the comprehensive program offerings that we're able to provide to resident kids today. So these interdistrict kids generating the revenue that they're able to generate helps us to provide a richer experience for our resident kids. And that we work with it every day. So we see this and it makes sense to us, but your average person out there does not know that. And so I think what you said earlier, is it understandable? Is it repeatable? The conversations they have in the grocery store, at Trader Joe's, at CVS, those are important conversations, and they're not going to know how to have those conversations accurately unless they get the data. Going back to your point, we have to push that data out in the simplest of forms. And that's really important to understand. So it's up to this community and this Board of Education what you want this school district to look like in the future, right? If you say to staff, we do just want to, we want to collapse our schools. It's okay if we go down to one elementary and one, we have and maybe not even a high school. Maybe we're just an elementary school district, right? Those are all conversations you can have, but does that really benefit all the kids in San Marino? And is that what San Marino community members and parents want for their schools? The high school has been like the crown jewel for decades at San Marino. And to have to think about sending your kid, your child, outside of San Marino for high school because we don't have one is not, popular, I don't think. I mean, amongst the people that I've discussed, had this conversation with, but it is a real conversation that I think the board needs to think about. You tell us what you want it to look like, and we're going to make it happen. And that's what we've been doing. We've been providing an environment.
Increase enrollment.
And we did. And it's, and thank goodness it's doable in San Marino, right?
Well, and go back to the policy conversation. If this continues to be something that the community needs to be educated about, it's one of the reasons our board revisited that policy every year, because then it was an opportunity to use that policy review as a chance to say, this is why we're doing it. Our schools are still strong. So there's messaging in addition to actually saying, are these the criteria we want to use? Are those the right numbers? All that piece, but it gives you an opportunity to message your community as well, what you're doing as
protecting your investment,
right?
Too, as far as a homeowner.
And it changes, it will change and ebb and flow. All these ADUs go in and suddenly you have, families that are able to get into San Marino in a different way than they might have otherwise. That could, change the complexion of what you're doing. And so that's a rich conversation to ongoing have. But, it is one that you need to communicate, and it's not, I go back to the whole fiscal piece in general. I think that the communication around all of that is challenging. People do not understand how schools are funded. They don't understand the ebb and flow of revenues. And if you sit in a financially successful community like San Marino, how come you're not like Laguna Beach, right? And so that constant message points that, to Greg's point, are repeatable, and having those talking points is super helpful, because you know what, 8 to 10 times before somebody believes it. So you've got to
And we
say
have a highly educated and accomplished parent base. Who have the capacity to understand it. But I mean, coming from private industry, I've never seen anything like this before. It's like, how is this sustainable? And like, oh my God, we're really doing the most with the least.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think it needs to be in layman's terms though,
Yeah.
because no one is gonna go through those spreadsheets. No one's gonna,
And you know, I mean, even in our lifetimes, it's changed, multiple
Oh, yeah.
times. So every now and then I still say revenue limit, and I'm like, wait a minute, there's no revenue limit. LCFF. So, I think again, we don't make it any easier. So it's the way that we can as a board and as staff to communicate.
I think you all have done a really nice job of rebuilding the markers in this goal. There's only, when I look back at all my notes and thinking, is there one area because of the way fiscal works in this district? And I think you said it so well that the district relies upon, I think is fair. Foundation, PTA, community, $400,000 from
Right.
Mrs.
Affiliates.
Thank you. You do. I mean, and I bet if we dig deeper, we'll find out that the middle school athletic program has someone who's helping fund, and so I'm wondering, is one last bullet in this area possibly to recognize, collaborate with, and continue to build community partnerships to sustain and build fiscal stability? Something.
Can't we love Tom?
That's. But I think that's of everything you've all talked about and all, look, I just kept checking that one off. It's like, okay, we haven't talked about that yet. And so maybe,
Right.
and if I'm a community member and ever read that,
Yeah.
especially going towards a bond,
Right.
it's like, okay, they're recognizing you.
Well,
They recognize my importance.
I went back to 2 years ago because last year we were so fixated on the bond that we sort of set aside some of the broader financial goals. So I actually went back to 2 years ago. And we had 3 things in there, which are part of this, which was the assessing the fee income, which we're still working on. And that's the people who rent our facilities. And then exploring increased donations and possible endowment. And then collaborating with supporting our foundation and PTAs, and I would say boosters. So it's all of those partnerships because our community uses our facilities. We are always looking at how to get big donations or potential endowments. So that's all part of that bigger picture.
but also, there's the grant piece.
Yes,
which
like Dr. Choi, right, our federal and state.
Lena
grants.
has gotten a ton of grants.
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
that's I think supporting that, innovative ways of funding things that don't eat,
I think that's huge.
Yeah.
And I love it. It's not only innovative, but it really does capture and celebrate the small wins as well as the big
Yes,
wins.
yes.
And it
Yes.
really speaks all across, right? Because Dr. Tellatory and the cabinet does a wonderful job when we bring in the students to celebrate on
Like robotics.
twice,
Yeah.
twice a month we celebrate, but also we're on the campuses celebrating those wins, and we're in the community, all of us. This is the most active board you'll ever see, because we are at every function, at every meeting, at every level in terms of what we do, as well as outside the community. I think Mr. Chang had a board meeting here at the Huntington just like.
Today.
Yeah.
Today.
Yeah, and then yesterday he was at another board meeting, and when you return my calls, for president, I wanted to.
I mean,
voice that complaint,
well,
but.
every
I
dollar
think I-
counts.
Yeah,
Every dollar counts.
Every
Well,
inch,
yeah,
every
Even
measure of what
collaborating,
we do.
even collaborating with CSBA
CSBA.
because of the advocacy they do.
It's really speaking very loudly about our community, our resources, our people, right? Because we're saying every dollar counts, but every person counts, and every student counts, and that measure that. Because when we look at this is our blueprint, this is our value system. This is in fact our moral imperative of what we do, right? And so when we look at that, it's wonderful what we've done in the first half, and so.
Yeah. And I mean, you all have such additive pieces from your perspective. So it's wonderful to listen to those different perspectives and how they build together to create such a vibrant plan. And I love what Linda said there, Shelley, because it really is your roadmap. It's your high level communicated plan to the community and staff about the work that you expect to see us for.
And then a question on the last one. We started on the first goal saying, okay, we want to have one goal be at the bottom of every one, which says use quantitative, qualitative data to evaluate, so on and so on.
And the
So-
facility one too.
So we have, remember that'll come into the last part of your fiscal goal then too. And that's great. Dr. Dantori,
Yes,
I see there's lunch behind us. I never want to compete with that. I lose every time.
I think we want to work through, right, because you wanted everybody to be done by 3-ish, or I don't know.
I
who's got
think
the-
he has to excuse himself
Well,
for.
I just need about 30 minutes.
30
Today,
minutes.
we elect the new board member, so I have to go to.
So he
vote.
needs 30 minutes to go to a
Yeah.
meeting here.
Okay.
And then he'll be back. So we'll have.
We're just break for 30 now.
Yeah,
Out of all your boards,
Where you're
Yeah, right, 30 now.
just break for 30 now.
Okay.
We should take lunch with you.
We have
Yeah.
to do it officially.
We'll save it for you, but, are you going down to the? Can you
Probably
pick me up some,
before the 12:40.
okay,
Yeah.
can you pick me up some stuff?
Well, we can take a break. Oh, no, they're closed.
Do we need to?
The honey-
You wanted to go to the shop.
No, the honey-
Yeah.
You need to,
Sorry, just shut
You
your
wanna
mouth.
pause?
take a recess.
Take a recess?
Lunch break.
Take
Yeah.
a recess.
And we have lunch for both of you as well, so. I think it's all the same.
Moving in the morning. at 5 a.m.
Five,
Well,
your flight.
yes, New York. Super stunning.
Okay, sure, sure.
Where are you flying into?
New York.
And then. Ready?
Yeah, I'll catch the train. What do you?
I don't think there's, might be a train.
Did you share
No, no, I'm driving to Anderson. I thought you meant from.
Oh,
Newark.
no, no,
Sister, did you share?
no.
I was talking about from Newark.
Let me forward it. I received it this morning.
Oh, no.
Right?
That's okay, Darren, no worries.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And then I actually
for the.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, take notes, but then.
Yeah.
it's great.
We have to call back to,
Yeah, he has to.
Oh, you're probably not.
This
You either
place,
have them
right?
Yeah, we're back on.
We're back.
Yep.
We're back on.
welcome back, trustees. Thank you for a wonderful lecture. I'm sure you may have had something to do with the organization of that, so thank you very much. So we're not going to do this slide that's over the shoulder, but I want to show it to you only because of the seamlessness of the conversation we've been having. How many times we did not know we were going to have that conversation, but that conversation around how do we communicate out? How do they know about our fiscal wellness? How do they know about our intentions around a possible general obligation bond? How, all of those things. And so this was going to be our return from lunch activity, was just to say, okay, so we have that option. We know that's social media is such a driver in so many different ways, whether through Instagram or X/Twitter. And really just for you to begin to think about what is the message?
Did you watch yesterday?
No,
We talked about this.
did you?
Okay.
No, I didn't. But it's just that concept of the repeat, it's in a size that it's repeatable to. And how do we do that? And then just the effect of people being able to move it for you. So it's just up there in that kind of.
Did you do something similar then, or you?
No, we're just talking about how
Okay.
important it is to have that. Yeah, I think, right, if we do messaging interspersed with events, because right now I think we're just kind of doing events that we go to.
Almost every other district that I know of has a public information officer, and we do not. And so, and I have to say that thinking back, we've come a long way with our presence on social media. Because when we first started talking about social media, and we had a different board back then, but there was a lot of resistance. There were many board members who did not want us to post anything on social media. For the longest time, it was really hard, and Dr. Troy can attest to that, for us to get the board interested in the value of social media. We're there now. And we don't have a PIO because we're a very lean team. And so we sort of all share the responsibility of posting our principles. We'll post pictures from events that they have at their school sites. I post a lot of stuff about what happens at our board meetings and our showcasing of kids and their performances and things like that. Dr. Choi posts, he helps out a lot with this. So it isn't as organized. And it isn't in a sequential kind of an order. And that is something that, that it's more, reactionary than it is planned and intentional. And so we all know we can do a better job in this area, but we don't have the resources really to be able to make it happen. Having said that, our team is going to be looking at ways that we can strategically accomplish an elevated presence and get our message out through public relations, marketing, social media, even conversations and meetings that we're going to host and lunch and learns and all of those things. This upcoming year, possibly through the aid and assistance of some people in our community and also consultants. And people that we can draw in from outside that have this level of expertise that provide this service to the school district. Because we don't really, we're not in a position to be able to put somebody in the office 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. We're just not this year. Our focus is really on retaining the staff that we have and making sure that we remain fiscally solvent going forward. So we're looking at it from a creative standpoint, and we are going to do some things. Another idea that we had was in creating a communications broadcasting CTE pathway and program at San Marino High School. Of course, that needs to be based on the students' interests. So if they're interested in pursuing that, we have some people in the community who have that background and are very well connected with media and the experience and expertise to be able to teach these kinds of courses. And then you can build an internship program and have your students, you know, out there photographing events and filming events and live streaming and doing things, putting together posts and serving as interns, which looks good on a college application as well. And then you have more boots on the ground in a small school district to be able to do something more organized. And that takes that pressure off of us, and we can start to develop higher level communications that are more intentional and planned out. So that's where we're at with that. And that kind of, covers the conversation that we had yesterday.
Yeah, it's really good. Again, one of the main reasons behind it was social media in this format forces us to be succinct. Because whether Twitter said you only get so many characters, it forces us, or in Instagram, it's like, what's it what's it for? The picture or the symbol or whatever is as important as the phrases that you have. And so it really forces, in this case, the trustees and the team to think succinctly about what they want the message to be. So we're good with that. We're going to jump back into where we were, which was right there. And that same format then, as we go into board goal C, knowing that once we finish D, we're going to circle back, as we said too, and say, okay, where did we land with everything? Is there any words or phrases we still want to consider or something we're missing? So Sandy, you want to walk them through what you want them to do with C
So
first?
again, with C, we're gonna give everybody a minute to regroup, get back in it, and as you go through and think about any language in that big bucket goal, and then as you look at those 6 bullets, things you want to keep, change, add to, delete. So give you a minute to get back in that frame of mind. And things that you all know you've already done. You're, maybe the verb's changing, maybe the whole bullet's changing.
I wanted to say that, I think with this the goal is still valid, in my opinion. And that this is where the data would come in, because now that we've implemented a DEIB and restorative practices, evaluating that. I think that, I mean, we think it's been successful, but showing the data is important. Or continue as well, instead of explore.
The second bullet.
Yeah. What about the third bullet, Lena? Where, I know that's still in process. You talked about it yesterday, like what? Still doing it?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, develop, adopt an ethnic studies curriculum that achieves board goals and meets the needs of the community.
Yes, so that is in progress right now. Committee will be beginning in the fall, high school, to determine the implementation, whether it's going to be embedded within a history course or it's going to be a standalone class.
We leave that one
So
there.
leave it, we're still in progress.
Leave that one.
Yeah.
These are ongoing kinds of endeavors. Anything else that you want to bubble up? Any reordering of bullets? So Gray loves a hierarchy, so we look from the top down. So sometimes in revitalizing a document, it really is just about moving some things around so your brain sees it. So that's, if anything has moved to that top tier that you'd want to.
Well, as far as the providing a competitive total compensation package, I know this year looks a little different than last year as far as our negotiations, and we were looking at some non-tangibles, right? Or some things that maybe you guys have better language for that.
Well, I think that,
Or Dr.
Fleckman said something earlier, that resonated with me and made a lot of sense, and that is in a current climate such as we are in, it's super important to recognize and value, make sure that their employees feel valued
Yeah.
and cared about. And I think that's where, you know, we can look at value and appreciation. Monetary compensation, is temporary in terms of, employees' satisfaction overall. They would rather, I think, most people would rather
So-
be,
Foster employee satisfaction.
yeah, valued and appreciated long term. That's what keeps people coming back. If they don't feel cared about in their environment, they'll go somewhere else. And everybody wants to believe that the work that they're doing is valuable and meaningful. And so if we can communicate and convey that in an effective way, that helps us get through the tough times and to the other side. And Dr. Rose has done a lot of work on employee appreciation, where we're now monthly recognizing certificated and classified employees. And they are working on making that digital so that we can do something in Canva, right? That we're sending out and posting on social media to highlight the employees of the month and whether they're certificated or classified at each of the schools in each of the departments. And that's going to be blasted out on social media. And that hasn't started yet, but will start this year, right?
That's our hope.
Yeah, okay.
Do we take that out?
Provide to delete it.
I just think it's a little risky to leave it in there,
Mhm.
as is.
Yeah.
Just-
It'll come back,
So,
it'll come back to the table.
It'll be the first thing someone
Yeah.
takes a card when they say,
Right.
hey.
And by the way, I think I want to take us back to tomorrow. We are very competitive.
Yeah.
In terms of our total compensation of staff. So we're not at the bottom, we're not at the top. I think we're right where we need to be. We're right in the middle. And that's important to note as well.
Perhaps this might be another opportunity to use the word elevate in terms of elevating the recognition of the value,
And achievement.
the value and achievements of our staff.
Slower down the page.
Do we put DEIB and restorative practices together or?
Can I just ask, when we talk about the DEIB framework, what does that mean for us?
What does the DEIB framework mean?
Diversity, equity, and inclusion.
That will belong.
Right, but what
What's
is
the
that
framework?
what is
What's
the
the-
framework we're operating off of? If it says we've explored one, but then we're now saying continuing, I'm not sure I know exactly what our framework is.
I mean, we're an equal opportunity employer, so we're always looking for the best qualified candidate. But we're looking at it through a lens of equality, and equity. And, that applies to students in the classroom as well, right? In terms of how we see, the work that we do. Dr. Jason Rose is a member of the community-wide, diversity, equity, and inclusion, committee that is led by Mr. Ryan. And they meet once a month on Mondays. And they're always looking to bring the greater community together through the DEI lens. We add the B to that in public schools because we want everybody to feel like they belong, a sense of belonging.
Do we have it written down somewhere though, or memorialized in any way as a resolution or
We've had
anything?
resolutions in the past
Right.
that have been approved by the Board of Education, that memorialize the Board of Education's and the district's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. We have also adopted resolutions in the past that denounce Asian hate. And I could pull those up and, send them to the board if you wanted to revisit those, but.
I guess I'm just thinking in terms of if we're looking at evaluating these things, what's the framework we're going to be using to evaluate? Because it sounds like a lot of pieces, but they're not in a cohesive, coherent
So
system.
what's beautiful about what you just said is that it does fit here, the DEIB and social justice does fit here in terms of conscious culture
Yeah.
of service. And I would also like to add that it is the teachers being intentional about exploring the assumptions that, while taken together, could guide the objectives in terms of leadership. So the assumptions need to be made as explicit as possible for engagement within the strategy, right? And then when we're looking at interests, objectives, assumptions about diversity, equity, and caring, it needs to be brought to the forefront in discussions and made explicit in the beliefs and values that underpin this vision and ultimately in the related actions and decisions that we make.
But isn't that a how?
But you have to have a stated objective in there and then they do the how, but we still have to state it.
Right now, it just says explore the framework, and then we're talking about continuing the framework, but I don't know that we've
Yeah.
defined the
Define
framework.
the framework.
Yeah, define the framework
Or- Like,
in clear terms that can then be evaluated.
We already do it on some levels,
Right.
but we're not clear and explicit because we talked a lot about building the relationships, understanding each other. And when we bring it to the forefront, that's when it's explicit. That's when the beliefs and values will underpin our vision, right? And ultimately the actions and decisions that we take.
here.
And I throw this into Mr. all day long. He understands what the goal is.
So maybe if the last word was explore, maybe the new word is, based on what I kind of you're saying, is we want to build.
It's like fine tuning.
Yeah, build,
Right.
fine tune,
And
advance,
evaluate.
advance and evaluate.
Make explicit.
Yeah, that's evaluate a framework for DEIB. And I don't know if you want to limit, personally, I don't know if you want to limit the
Yeah, I
TK
think-
12, because now we're taking staff out or,
Yeah.
you know.
Across the
that-
district,
that
yeah.
part's
Just the framework,
really important too.
Yeah.
just the
Just
framework.
leave it as framework
Right.
and we know that's.
Define,
that's just-
refine, and then I did write down, what, Board Member Ryan just said, so clearly that it's explicit and the beliefs and values underpin all decisions and actions. And that's really what you want staff coming back to you.
Yeah, that's a big, broader statement than,
And that could be
There's some
something that
strength
is,
in that.
yeah, there is, and that could be something that is developed by a committee. A committee of diverse stakeholders throughout the district that could come together and develop that.
and the beliefs and values are in our mission statement, is that, or the vision? I mean, because like, you can't just say that without then defining what the beliefs and values are. I mean,
So
equality,
is
like,
it that, define or refine the DEIB framework so that explicit beliefs, values can underpin this? So you're saying we need this document, we need this designation, so we understand what the framework is, so that then we can use it to drive this from. I just still need a verb there. What are we doing? Is it refining, defining, building? Almost.
Define and build with the both. First we gotta define it.
Define it.
Then we build the
Develop.
framework.
Develop,
Develop.
Shelley, do you have any?
develop,
No, just develop.
I think just develop, right?
Yeah. Because what you're saying is you want to, as a board, what I'm hearing you say is you want a framework
Yeah.
that then you can know how's it being applied so that it's driving the decision-making, the
And
actions.
we can
and then-
evaluate
And then we'll be able to evaluate.
what we're doing well and what
Identify?
what we're doing already and what we're not doing.
Identify or?
I was just gonna add, I'm wondering if that could also transfer into the instructional piece, the curriculum, when we talk about equity and equality, as well as, right, so giving students what they need, and recognizing students' differences, like asset-based instruction, asset-based learning environment. So I think it could transfer to the instructional program as well.
Yeah.
Broad enough that can do both.
Also to the, to your vision, what we talked about earlier about how are we applying that goal to the outside world, not just ourselves and our own community,
Right.
but how are we seeing the world through that lens?
So, but the beliefs and values should be defined by the board. We can't just
Well,
say,
that is I think it's already memorialized in some of the resolutions that we've
Okay.
passed.
okay,
That really takes the board's thoughts and ideas and opinions on this into consideration.
Around it.
Yeah, and those resolutions were adopted, so I'd like to pull those and send them, so you guys can see what you've already done with respect to that. And then perhaps when we develop a committee to review this, we can have board member representation on that committee, less than a quorum, of course, too. And the board can decide which two would be involved in that process, so that there's the board voice in the process. And then it can come to the board for discussion and possibly adoption.
Yeah, 'cause this is just, I mean, this year, if you
Right.
did all that, that would be a big accomplishment, and then you're ready to launch and
Yeah.
implement.
Yeah, that's gonna take some time, but that's a process we can undergo.
I don't see UDL on here, which I really support personally.
Yeah, I think that would directly fall under the umbrella of DEIB.
Oh,
right,
does it?
With equality,
Okay.
differentiating instruction, providing access,
That's the
engagement and expression, absolutely.
I just want to continue to support it.
Thank you.
When you get to your ed services side, that's an easy part to make sure that you specifically draw that connection. Because I think you're right. I think it's a perfect match.
Also pulls in the restorative practices.
So do we really need that to be separate?
No, I think it all kind of starts to nest
Okay.
under things.
Yeah.
So that DEIB framework ends up encompassing the ethnic studies,
Yeah.
the restorative practices, the UDL, the.
So the other piece is the instilling the sense of San Marino pride among the community. I don't know that that is stated exactly how we were talking about it last year. We kind of wanted amongst staff and students and parents to be, talking about how great our schools are and how, I don't know. to the community more than just the US. Yes.
What do you feel it's lacking in? What do you feel that bullet fails to convey that it's lacking in?
Got it.
I think, tell me if this might jog your memory a little bit. So I think sometimes being a high performing district, we fixate on the, oh, you got 98, where are the other 2%? Right?
What's
Like there's a
missing?
lack of pride in one's accomplishments because we're so fixated on the deficits. And so how do we really celebrate and promote and feel confident about what we have accomplished? Is that what you're trying
Yeah.
to get at?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
like, yeah, just like being some more cheerleaders for what
Having
we are doing.
pride in one's work,
Yeah. Pride, district.
being proud of who we
Yeah.
are, what we've done and celebrating the accomplishments. I think we did a good job with that, with the
Mhm.
spotlights.
Yeah.
Those were
Yeah.
always a great highlight.
Also, I think that we were working to get our students to have, school spirit
Yeah.
and, be feeling, proud to be enrolled in San Marino schools, and that was going to instill a sense of pride in them.
Maybe this is where we nest our social media plans, right? Because it becomes part of that pride and in what we've accomplished and marketing it out and celebrating it to outward. Maybe this is where we put that, because we keep trying to find a place to put.
Can we, what about instead of like demonstrate, we say communicate? So we're sending it out instead of just,
Communicate a sense of SMUSD pride, confidence.
yeah,
among
yeah,
us and communicate.
communicate, because that would bring in our public,
Because that's really what we've been talking about.
With all your
Communication is so important. Yeah, no, you're right.
It's more than
Communicate
just
a sense.
instilling it, right?
Yeah.
Communicating a conscious culture of service, value, and appreciation.
or communicate, or we could just put it down here
In the next
in the
bullet.
first.
So just communicate a
Yeah.
sense
Mhm.
Of pride.
Makes sense.
instead of just saying instilling a sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then for the support and promote employee health, wellness and safety, does that really need to be there? I mean, doesn't I feel like the value, showing value or something. I don't know.
I think that was coming off of COVID, where people felt really burnt out and we wanted to be able to encourage the staff to feel like they could take care of themselves and not burn themselves out for everybody else. So I'm not sure.
I do think we could take it off because it falls under safety and wellness, but also it falls under appreciation and value.
And you just added this bullet, right?
Yeah.
What do you, Dr. Rose, do you have thoughts on where the staff, if given we add the elevate and recognize, taking that last one away and like, do you feel that there's something that needs to be replaced with, or that it could be taken away without making anyone feel undervalued or making them feel like we're asking too much?
I'm sure there'll be someone who
Notice.
will notice.
So what is it that you feel our staff and our teachers would like to hear from us in order to feel that they are valued, appreciated, other than the one we're putting in there?
Like that's a unanswerable question almost, because what employee A would want is really different than what employee B would want. Some people want to just have them back, hey, great job, and that's all that they require. I mean, I think it goes much deeper because it's who they are. There are some that if it's not exactly what they want, It's like Burger King, like they want it.
I want it my way.
Their own way, and if it's not that, then you're not valuing them. So it's very tricky in that sense. So, I think it's best of, as far as kind of what is it that you want to convey, as opposed to trying to make sure you match what they want, because you won't be able to match all 350, 360 employees. It's more.
Yeah, so is this a value that the board wants to continue to have on there as a goal? And then, goals work in two ways, right? When the board sets a goal, it's saying as a body, this is the way we're steering the ship. But it also empowers staff to get work done because there's a board goal, and so those mesh together. So I guess that would be the other question, Jason. Does this goal still help drive work that you're doing?
No, I feel like it's embedded in everything that we
okay.
do, so I don't
So
think
it doesn't
necessarily.
need to be an
Doesn't necessarily
explicit
be explicit.
in the way that it
is
did
embedded
post-
as well, too.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was kind of my point, like, if this would be in the implementation at the school sites, right? Or in the district office, or,
It could be both, right? I mean, so it just depends where you are. I mean, it just depends. So that's why I would want to know what the temperature is for staff right now. I just did work in LA County and, superintendent, they're having people access ease at a rate that has never, it's kind of unprecedented. So there's a need overtly in the county work to.
Our ease rate is very low.
And so that's,
Very
so if
Very low.
people are.
Sorry, what is ease rate?
supported-
yeah, what's ease?
The
it's-
employee assistance and support.
It's not employee assistance
There.
program through
Yeah.
WISCO.
Like therapy?
And we, over the course of the year, I think we had 24.
Which
So
is
you
low.
are different.
points
Which
of
is low.
access,
Oh,
which
just
is-
points of access,
Oh,
so it could
points of
be,
and that may
it's
have-
not a unique user each time
And that could be
necessarily.
one employee 8 times.
Right.
Okay.
So it's,
That's a low.
we're fairly
So
low.
you're low. So I would just say, what's the data saying? What's your work need? What are you guys hearing from the community? Because partly your goals publicly serve to say, we heard you. Or, not always, because sometimes the board's just like, we see where we need to go, but sometimes it's also that recognition.
The only other thing I would add is that I think it's different at different points in the year. It's very much the flow of of a school that at the beginning of the year, everybody has got lots of energy. They don't necessarily need as much. And then as you're getting close to that holiday break, everyone's on the last, the last nerve. And that's,
Sure.
so I think maybe recognizing those points
Yeah.
should determine what.
But by the way, I'd like to know because we're talking about a value, so for entire professional development day, so it is 100% we are talking about the teaching skill or implement the new curriculum, or you have another subject or topic to talk, including like sometimes talking about wellness of the health, increase in their kind of prevention, medicine, something like that. What is the
So for professional development, those days,
I can speak to those
Yeah,
new professional development days that we have. Those are typically focused around curriculum,
Mhm.
whether it's, new curriculum that we're looking at, a newly adopted diagnostic assessment is focused around curriculum. And for the first two, the district was leading half the day of that professional development day. And then the second half of the day was site-led, because each site has different instructional needs or academic needs. And those can include such things as technology. I believe the first PD day we had Dr. Choi and his team do a session on technology. And so we do infuse a lot of different areas into that day, but typically it is focused on the school's needs, the district needs, and instruction overall.
So I believe there is a tool between the school district to the teacher. I think we know you constantly, you send the email out, during the holiday or certain issue to appreciate the teachers and community. So if you have the school district have one through either through the email And then you can also provide some of knowledge about the health. Knowledge through the insurance. Provider, yeah.
So monthly, I send out to the whole staff, wellness, emails and access and and workshops that are going on.
Our JPA is very instrumental in sending him materials to be able to take with our staff.
But is that we can consolidate this kind of function? Because if we just send by email, sometimes, each day you have a lot of email, they may feel it's like a junk mail, they don't see. But my idea, we want, create the link, and then they create the email you must read. Once you read, the school district appreciate you and concern your health, wellness, and also, yeah.
So I do know this, I agree with you that sometimes it gets lost in it. So what we have on the Human Resources webpage is we have a folder where it has all of those things so that an employee can go check at any time. So if they've missed or they didn't want to read the email for that month or whatever, they always can go back when they are feeling the need to, and they have access to everything. So that it's always there for them, and it's all together so they can see all of the different things.
I guess it comes back to, does the board want to lead this? You have the other statement that we just added, elevate and recognize the achievement of our staff.
I'm fine with it. An object to make sure that they know that because it would be embedded anyway.
Yeah.
But that one in particular may need to be explicitly stated.
It hurts you,
No, it doesn't.
especially in a year where with the budget, maybe not being able to do as
Right.
much.
So I want to come around to this and kind of framing it, but I want to try to frame it a little differently. Because I'm hearing the need to maybe define, but I'm also seeing the need in terms of that culture shift, right? So I did jot some notes down before coming here. And so while we see at the foundation, we need to see that there's this contextual literacy to this deep understanding of what culture is, right? And so if we can understand that, we have to really ask the questions about how do we create this unity of purpose, right? So that's the way I see it. And when we're creating this unity of purpose, it's really about building trust. We already do that with a lot of our staff and our community, but it's being more consistent. And as we're looking at this, well, Mr. Chang is probably going to disagree with me. We do at some point, we're going to look at it AI later, okay? So don't attack it. So while we sometimes overestimate the power of AI technology and all that stuff, we don't want to underplay the human side of it, which is the teacher-student relationship. So when we're creating this coherence, I'd like to see that we're making a point that in this system, in this sense of purpose, that when we're doing the work, that there's coherence in making this a part of everything that we do, okay? And by that, I mean diversity, equity, and inclusion. I have the sense, whether I'm a teacher, I'm a parent, I'm a community member, that I can make diverse employees, students, stakeholders feel valued, welcome, integrated, and included in this process. That's kind of what I'm trying to say.
I wonder, Shelley, as I listen to you read that, if this part doesn't come off and that goes in, so that it says something like, develop the DEIB framework that creates a unity of purpose.
Yes.
Because you just said that so articulately around what do you value, right? You're asking them, as you develop this framework, consider, and how did you just phrase it around the student teacher? Because I thought that was, yeah, is so that the unity of purpose around students and staff. Did you say relationship?
Yeah, diverse employees, students, and stakeholders feel valued, feel welcome, feel integrated and included in the work that we do and everything that we do.
So really what you're doing is you're giving parameters around what you want to ensure is in that DE. It's kind of what you were saying, I think earlier, Francesca. How do we, say they're developing framework if we haven't established what those values are? So if you agreed with that, that could drive what you want the staff to include as they develop that framework.
We like the concept of unity of purpose. It's a strong statement, it's a strong descriptor. It moves me a little bit like, okay, we're in this. It's not just the district saying we have to do this. It's a unity of purpose. It's a higher calling.
I like incorporating that language under the first bullet, such as you described. I think developing a DEIB framework so that diverse employees and students feel valued and
Welcome.
And welcomed.
Integrated, included.
But why just diverse?
Yeah.
Well, because it's
I think
going under
that's what's
DEIB.
sticking with me, yes.
It's going under that particular heading, that's why. It's not necessarily, I mean, it's specific to that DEIB framework.
I just feel like by saying that, it's almost excluding everybody else. And then you're not being inclusive. I feel like it should apply to everybody.
Say the phrase again.
It's making diverse employees, students, and stakeholders feel valued, welcome, integrated, and included.
I think that could be everyone. It's just that we're all different, right?
Maybe
So-
instead of coming at it with the word diverse, try to find a way to use the word inclusive. Right? Because diverse kind of creates
Makes
a
it
different
sound like-
connotation
Yeah, to me,
Like,
it sounds like,
versus
well, if that
inclusive is more
person is a
positive.
different race, they need to be specially treated to be included, but I think it's like anyone who comes in doesn't matter. I
And-
think we need to be blind to that in a sense. That makes us the most inclusive, like special treatment almost denotes like.
I don't think we're going on that direction. I think what we're trying to do is recognize that people do come from a different place.
Okay.
But we also don't want to do that to the point of making somebody who may have come from what has been the traditional place feel that they are now excluded, right? I think that's what you might be getting at. So, which is why it's such a funny DEIB, right? Like you throw in all the letters in there so that you don't leave anyone out. It's a very inclusive term in itself. I'm not quite sure how the language goes. Because succinctly, I think that's what we're struggling with, is finding some succinct way of putting it.
I know within the committee that we meet, we choose not to use the term DEI. President Ryan's husband who leads it, we term it anti-bias. That it's not necessarily a DEI, it's just more of an anti-bias. So I don't know if framing it that way helps what you're trying, but we don't necessarily use that term because it is somewhat politically charged and people have very strong feelings about certain things. So it's more of a anti-bias where everyone is included. Everyone is welcome, whether you're part of the majority or part of the minority.
But we also don't want to water it down, right? Because I think that's sometimes how things get watered down, is when we become too concerned with hurting people's feelings, not because we mean it, but because it just has different connotations for different people. So I don't know where the middle ground.
Well, actually, the DEIB in the small community can have a different interpretation. You know what, because during the COVID-19, they have Asian anti-hate.
Asian hate.
So then they use a DEIV trying to protect. But you know, actually in our school district, you know, Asian student is a majority.
Yeah.
Yeah, Caucasian is a minority. I think to me, after COVID-19, you know, maybe you think.
I mean, I can't think of a safer place.
Right now, I don't really like to talk too much about the IB
Right.
because I think in reality, everyone should be equal.
Right.
But the reason they need a DEIB because some of the people they have the buyer, they are not do the things not do the right. So that's the reason. Like our superintendent also is a minority. So.
Right.
So, but it's important always to remind,
Right.
because but in the San Marino, I know, even I already live close to the 40 years old, some the very few Caucasian, they still treat me like a foreigner. So, but I'm not happy, but I accept. But I'm just remind, you know, to give the same respect. That's it. But I will not take this issue and go to in the public sector to talk.
You're not
Right. Well, and I think, so this is the challenge, right? Right now is finding the right terminology and the right language that actually lands on what you're trying to do. Which is, it sounds to me like bubble up this value that we do have about the culture of belonging and inclusiveness.
And we mean, using the word diverse, a diverse group of people is, I feel like can be put into our employee group. Like, we want it to be whoever is qualified for the job, you know, instead of saying a diverse employee.
I think if that goes to, I mean, to Joseph's point, though, I think it's about how do you help people be mindful? Because that's why we've all bubbled this up, I think, over these last years, is that when that language isn't there, and I have 5 candidates, I might be more inclined to just pick the ones that look like me or whatever that is. There's always, it's that bias, you know, unconscious bias. And so how do I bubble up that, remember, we have a filter that says, yes, most qualified and keeping in mind our principles of diversity. It doesn't mean that you'll pick just based on that, but it's trying to create a layer and a lens through which people think about decision-making and actions that are taken in the district. To make it conscious versus unconscious.
Right, which is in the heading of this particular goal.
Yeah,
I
right,
think-
thank you.
we just
As
need-
the very first word.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think we need to just decide whether you want to define it in those terms.
Yes.
Or, you know, leave that out and just talk about the values that fall under, the demonstration of a conscious culture of service, value, and appreciation. And I remember last year that extending not just to, staff and students, but to the larger community. I remember you all having a conversation about that and saying, you know, we want this to be broader than just employees, which is where we had landed the year prior to that. So diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging to me means we're not all alike. We're all different in some way. You want students who come to us from wherever they come from. And we've had students come from all over the world to be enrolled in our schools. And so we do have a diverse group of students. And we want them to feel a sense of connectivity and connectedness and belonging. We want them to feel safe and secure and not to feel like an outlier or someone who is not, you know, fitting into our San Marino culture and community. So we want that to extend to employees and to stakeholders, as President Ryan articulated. And so how do we frame that in a way that articulates that without making it about the larger social issues that really may not be as prevalent in San Marino as they are in other parts of our state or country?
I guess one of my questions is this terminology that you are using or not using or changing or have codified
It's
somewhere else?
situational, and then that goes back to why we don't really have a formal framework. And
Okay.
if you're reading the newspaper and, paying attention to the news, a lot of organizations, it's controversial right now, are kind of doing away with their DEI formal programs because it is really difficult to sustain a framework, I guess. For lots and lots of reasons, it would take us hours to really unpack. And that's controversial in and of itself. And I think it came up because there was a need for it, just like anything else in our country that comes up when there's a need. Is there still that need in San Marino? Because
Right.
like
That's the question.
our facilitator said earlier, every single district has a different culture, a different identity. What may work in Arcadia or La Cañada may not work in San Marino, right? We don't have the same needs. We don't have the same population. We don't have the same kids and parents and community. So with that, DEIB to me does not necessarily mean, it's not exclusive to race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, gender. It's not about that. It's just about differences. Equity is about giving people what they need. We talk about it all the time, giving kids what they need to be successful, meeting them where they are. Inclusion, making them feel included, belonging, they belong here. They feel comfortable, safe. And that extends to our employees, our parents, everyone in the community. So I'm not putting a label on the DEIB, although it's easy to do that. And like Mr. Chang said, people have different opinions of what that means. It means different things to different people.
Perhaps what we're getting hung up on are all the words, right?
Right.
So maybe we just use plain words, right? Like develop a framework of, well, I think the point is the framework, right? That we don't have an explicit. So develop, I'm just talking, you don't have to write it yet, but like developing an explicit framework around around beliefs and values where people feel that they are valued,
Inclusive.
the word, some of the words that President Ryan was
How do you
referring
want the
to.
framework? So if you're gonna have a framework, then what do you want done?
Right, that's what I'm.
I think guiding that's the problem with this whole realm, right? Because it's supposed to be infused across everything.
But this is a tough one, unless you label it DEIB, I think, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It's
very nebulous, and
It
it's
is.
already nebulous.
And it's gonna be even more nebulous, yeah.
Well, it should frame the instructional leadership as well as the interactions. It should frame culturally responsiveness, and it should frame the building of trust, collaboration. It should be data-driven, and that value is transparent in terms of that continuous improvement.
It's complex, and I think that's, so, and I'm thinking annual goal, right? How do you frame this? So last year you had explore.
We do it, yeah.
I just want to
Right.
say that
Right. Yeah.
that's for distributed instructional leadership as well.
Right. I think, I don't know, I just go back to, if the board wants to see this in a framework, I think my personal opinion is that you have to look at DEIB because that's really what it is.
Yeah.
It's diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. And you don't have to look at it through the lens of race and ethnicity and other things. You can just look at it as a value that the school district holds that is consistent with the larger community. As evidenced by the community committee that we're a part of. And so if you wanted to have a diverse group, which means different, stakeholders coming from different perspectives, come together and different disciplines come together to develop a framework, that
Perhaps
seems
we
more
can
formal.
just agree to put some ideas down that is not formalized, just put the ideas down, go to D, and then just come back to it and say, okay, that's something
Yeah,
to really think
yeah.
about. Because I don't think we should get stuck here,
Right.
because we're on such a roll. And really, we don't want to stifle any creativity, right? Because we're all coming at it from the same viewpoint. We want a better
the students' learning experiences, right? I mean, and that's that moral imperative. And so we want to move there and we can come back to it. And if we're not comfortable with it, you know, we can take out goals. I mean, that's what we want, but we still need something up there just for now. And then go on to D and then maybe come back to it or not come back to it.
Sure.
May I make
I'm
a
okay.
suggestion also to look at a bullet that would align to what the board was saying about a conscious culture of service, value, and appreciation that would extend not just to internal stakeholders, but external, meaning like our community groups. We did a great job at the last board meeting of recognizing Rotary City Club and Chinese Club. And that's something that we really haven't done a lot of in the past. And I thought that that was directly in line with the board's current goal and probably should be a future focus as well, because that makes those groups feel like their contributions are recognized.
And then there's two sides to the culture of service. So we were looking at providing service to our employees to feel valued and supported, but also we want our employees to be of service to our children, to the community, like a culture of having the parents be informed or just saying yes to things, you know, if it's needed, where meet the child where they need to be met, right? So that's something where that needs to be staff provided.
I always go out and tell our teachers and staff, you know, that we need to be the Nordstroms of school districts. We need to provide the level of service that is expected by our community and deserved. And that has been met with some criticism. But overall, I think people are getting more used to it. And we do need to be service oriented and responsive to parents and get back to their emails and get back to their.
So this goal is
need.
two-sided,
Oh, right.
but we've only been focusing on what we're gonna do,
Sorry, I know, so I remember
what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
And
So yeah, it's something, you know, so a high level of service to our own learning community,
Right.
but also to the community at large. Something, because that's what you're saying, you want them to be of service and think of themselves in that way in our own organization, but also, is that what you were saying?
yeah, like we,
outside of us?
from a district side, as a board, we appreciate and value everyone who works for the district. But in return, we need a high level of customer service. Responsiveness, yeah. I mean, I feel like that's what's expected of, it makes us special and why we are high functioning.
Your point, the Nordstroms.
Yeah, right.
Okay, we're gonna let that settle. But we're not gonna wait 5 years, it's not bamboo, but let's let it sit for a minute.
Let's simmer, yeah. Let's go.
Okay.
Can we just,
But you know, it's so interesting. This is the most ephemeral, right? It's the least tangible. We have a wonderful culture, right? It's different than what's the bottom line.
Yes,
say.
right, that's so
Easier to
true.
come up with those goals and yet these are just integral and critical to having that wonderful statement that, you know, shores up what your values and your directions are.
can we just change the word clubs to partners? Recognize outside
Oh, yeah.
partners,
Thank you.
because we do have a city club, and we have a women's club, and we have a Rotary club, but
Okay.
that's a little more
Got it,
encompassing.
okay.
Should we put the ethnic curriculum as a reminder? These are the things to do.
Still,
Oh, ethnic studies back up under DEIB, just a little sub bullet, so we don't forget.
okay.
Yeah.
I don't think Lena's gonna forget.
No.
I know, Lena won't forget.
Yeah.
It has a deadline, so she won't forget it.
Yeah.
Okay. Board goal D, same thing, take a minute if some of you are already studied it intensely, so I think there will be a lot of conversation around this. Reinforce or reinvent is. We put it
Back over here on council saying. Put it over here. What, that? The counseling. Yeah, see, it's in one already. Very put it over there. Look how you got the criteria systems.
I just speak for the.
They're not even like acronym words.
This is made up, yeah. no,
It's just
totally
alphabet
made up.
soup.
Yeah, it's totally just made up.
All right, board goal D, prepare students to be high quality global citizens.
First of all, can we really define for the
I knew
global?
it. Last year, you're like, you got it. It's
He wants to
true, though.
define
It's true,
what a
like,
global
what
citizen
is
is.
a
I
global citizen?
Last year, yeah.
Yeah, I knew it when you were gone. I'm like, Joseph's gonna talk.
How much time do you have?
The before I think, yes, but I
I know, I know.
right now.
Like, what the heck is it, right?
Yeah, what is it? Maybe that's your first goal. Define goal.
Well, okay, so then let's take a step back and say, prepare students for what? Right?
Okay.
Let's take out the high quality global
What
citizen
about
line.
high functioning or, you know, well adjusted or contributing to the greater good? I mean, I think when we have, you know, our culture of service can lead over into this because we have the service hours for the kids and it's important to see that there's a bigger world outside of San Marino and our bubble, but, I think contributing is a good word to put somewhere.
So I pulled up, what is the concept of global citizenship education? The primary aim of global citizenship education is nurturing respect for all, building a sense of belonging to a common humanity, and helping learners become responsible and active global citizens.
I'm still doesn't say what.
Okay.
Well, we attempted.
Yeah, to
last
define
time
it.
To define
Yeah,
it by
yeah.
saying that they're curious, they're creative, they're action oriented, they're of high moral character, they're compassionate, empathetic, environmentally aware. Because, you know, we're sensitive to this generation, right? This is where they're at. That they're multilingual, they're
Yeah.
digital citizens,
I think we
and
want
they're
them,
collaborative.
I think we want them prepared for whatever next step they choose.
Yeah,
So,
that's right, because I just
So-
looked up the actual, and it says
Like-
someone who is aware of and understands the wider world and their place in it, which is what you're saying.
yeah, so if they are prepared, if they don't choose college, which is more rare, you know, but it's acceptable, you know, if they want to do that, have we prepared them for this path through life? That they're ready to be adults now, because basically they graduate when they are 18. Like, have we done our job to make them, have them understand that the world is bigger than just them? Like, you know,
And I agree with President Ryan that we did define it last year,
yeah.
and it is memorialized here, providing up-to-date student-centered learning environment, so it's there, yeah.
I thought that bottom part that you did just
Yeah.
was really good.
Yeah.
I, like President Wright said, I think it fits the kids, students where they are and what their mindset would be and what's that. I think it's that top part of just, what are we trying to say? But I think the bottom part, whether it's they are to contribute to a wider world or whatever that phrase is, that's the part that has to, you know, the bottom part, I think there's a lot of health in it. It's the first part of how do you frame it?
How do you frame it, right? I think that's why we left it last year.
Well, and actually, I think back to Greg's point, I mean, those 3 bullets are pretty good at really saying, you know, in an ever-changing world, what are the things we know our students are gonna need to be successful? And so you captured those well, because it's 2-pronged, right? You want students to have access to any option they choose for their future, and you want them to be citizens, who are responsible for themselves and each other, right? You want them to have that community mindedness.
I like what you said about having access to, because that word is not on here at all.
Because that was what you were saying, is, I
Yeah.
want them to have access to in all options for their
Yeah.
future, right? So if you want.
Of their choosing, you
Yeah.
know, their
Mhm.
chosen path, right? Chosen path, I
Yeah.
don't know.
When we're talking about an ever-changing world, we also want to make sure the kids are adaptive, resilient,
Yep.
responsive.
Very good to add.
Yep, that's
Yeah.
good,
Very good. Adaptive.
resilient and responsive.
Key components of global citizenship education, critical thinking and inquiry skills,
Critical thinking is good.
question assumptions, analyze.
Big.
Social responsibility.
Yeah,
I pull up the goal, 2022 to 2023. So they mentioned, engage in the opportunity for real world experience.
Yeah,
Yeah.
real world experience.
Yeah, that's good.
that's right.
Yeah.
Sustainability, literacy,
Mhm.
social responsibility.
And I think, for the board side to continue to be innovative in new pathways and programs, could go here. In this ever-changing world, like you said, there's gonna be majors that fall off and bring new ones that we can't even think of that will apply in just a year, probably, you know?
So with that, is that we should also review for the CPE program.
Mhm.
Yeah, what we want to put priority for the next, if we want to do it, yeah.
I knew you were gonna go there. This is why he's here. This is it.
So
Right now, right now, in a minute.
if you don't think of, I mean, I think reframing that first part, I'm still trying to noodle around what that sounds like, but I wonder if you don't just, hear me out, continue to elaborate on the book. You have really good exemplars there. You're not saying start a DI program as a board, but you are saying we want multilingual opportunities. Staff interprets that. I wonder if you don't just, again, have bullets that say we want, students to be critical, I mean, we know those are the 4 C's of the 21st century, but creativity and critical thinking. If you don't want to say, provide, and you say up-to-date student-centered learning, but you could add that focuses on innovation, or you could add some of that terminology into these pieces you already have there, because the bullets really define it. Staff may not address every single one, but they start to be able to pull this picture together of what the board sees as this really high quality education that prepares students for the future.
But also say that statement, provide an up-to-date student-centered learning environment. If you do decide to go out for general obligation bond, that's explicit.
Yeah,
It's
right.
like, in order to achieve all these bullets, all of these exemplars, we have to provide this environment, and we need help to do that. So it's a fair assessment of where you are right now as a district too, not knowing if you're going yet, but if you do, there's a reason. So we've done a good job of circling at the bottom. We're still stuck at the top.
Joseph, go find yours.
Use ChatGPT.
ChatGPT. I mean, we're trying to just reframe the first
Put it in.
bullet.
Could ask.
Prepare students to be high quality global citizens. Do we want to just expand on that?
I want us to be at the forefront of like education and what is exciting and new, and there's a reason why you're at San Marino. You're not getting, I don't know, stale information. like we've said before, like we are high performing, but we need to not rest on our laurels and keep pushing.
Well, and I think that's why, you know, as you continue to come back and define these things, because I hope compassionate, empathetic, environmentally aware, are always qualities that we want, but there may be additional qualities, right, that emerge.
You know, like
that
what Shelley
are-
said about being resilient
And
and
adaptive,
Adaptive.
right, I think those are good ones to add.
responsive.
Yeah. And you're not going to delineate all of it,
Yeah.
you know, so what's critical for staff to know as they're then putting in the operational plans that's gonna meet the board's goal, what's critical for them? Because we could end up with a laundry list of all the qualities that you want to ensure, and that may not be clear enough now to give them the direction they.
I mean, it has to be measurable.
Put that, I mean, this is another one.
In
where
a
the measurable
measurable.
piece, right, comes back. Staff, have any thoughts too that you want to share with the board or?
The theme that I'm seeing in all of this reading is that students for global education need to be able to evaluate the ways in which people in their community, nation, and region are increasingly interdependent. And that is really important to globalization. How they're connected with the world and connected to the economic, political, cultural environment and technological changes taking place across the planet. And I know that the board member who isn't here today, Joanna Lamb, is very, very passionate about sustainability and going green, and that's part of this too. So I think it would be really impactful to be able to encompass or incorporate sustainability in preparing students to be high quality global citizens as well. And so if we're looking just to change the top part, and I almost think we can get rid of that middle bullet that says provide the conditions for success as
Yeah,
follows.
yeah,
That's not even necessary. I think. Can we say something like prepare students to be high quality global citizens who
Are.
who understand
I would bring that bottom part up in terms of,
yeah, you
because
could.
it's really important that they are adaptive. They are,
Right.
that the system itself is sustainable, but they're adaptive, reflective.
Right.
They're resilient, they are all of
Engaged
that.
in critical thinking,
Yeah,
Engaging.
critical thinkers.
because this is the one about all the kids. This is,
Right.
this is it.
I like that we had in the 22-23 engage in opportunities for real world experiences. I think
Yeah.
real,
Up there too.
that
I
should be
agree.
in there because
Internships. Right? And
anything,
just-
real
right,
world
like getting
opportunities,
out
that you can go all the way down to
Right.
kindergarten,
Yeah.
you know, because we need to fund field trips.
Sure.
We need to be able
Yeah.
to send them out into the
Right.
world.
Yeah.
That matches your vision and mission.
Yeah. Washington, D.C. trip.
Mhm. But we want students to be connected to the economic, political, cultural environment, right? And the technological changes taking place across the planet as well. Adaptive, reflective,
I mean, I think-
resilient, critical thinkers, engaging in application. Yeah. It's
I
there.
think it's there.
It's there.
What we didn't capture yet, and so is this concept of innovation and future thinking, forward thinking.
Better sustainability, creativity.
How about prepares, again, like trying to get away from the jargon, prepare students to become, and pick any of the combination of words, active, responsible, responsive, adaptive, blank, blank, like I would say pick three.
Okay.
Citizens who contribute to, or who like then define it, like what is their goal of being those things?
Right.
So what are the primary things that we feel are most important in what we want our students to adaptive, responsible,
I mean, also, do we want to frame this in,
Resilient?
frame it with the 4As framework, which we
Hmm.
haven't mentioned anywhere, and we, do kind of our framework. No?
Let's think about that.
For participation in the 4A, students will
Mm-hmm.
become
And the C for character,
high
right?
quality global citizens
Yeah,
by,
I mean, 'cause we use that lens, and that's just the categories of basically everything, right?
for participation in the 4As.
Maybe
students
it's
will-
prepare students to be responsible, adaptive,
will prepare
and
students-
I don't know, blank through participating in the 4-H.
Just because we don't have it,
Mhm.
seems like it would
That's
go,
a good idea,
seems like it
yeah.
would go there.
And then under there, we can have,
that's measured-
innovative programs,
And then everything
real
else
world
from that.
And then
experiences.
Lena can easily say, well, that one goes here,
Yes,
that one goes
right.
here.
And the 4As would be measurable. You
Yeah.
can see how
Right.
many kids are
That's right.
participating year over year, different times, boys versus girls. I mean, there's so many different ways to
Mhm.
disaggregate that once you get the 4As.
Like, even just bringing in the new girls flag football team, that's something new.
Yeah.
That's some
Exactly.
new opportunity.
What are the three?
I like adaptive.
Cause that one just lends itself, again, this is big level, board goal, that lends itself to the future, to a context.
Like responsible and resilient. My 3 would be adaptive, responsible, resilient.
I heard adapt, I didn't hear.
Adaptive, responsible, and resilient.
Okay.
But I think we can all come up with whatever 3 and then drill down.
I like responsible because it casts a wide net. There's a lot of different ways to be responsible, socially, politically, personally, morally. So,
Socially.
I like resilient because I think it's really necessary for our students to become
Ever-changing world.
in an ever-changing world, they have to be resilient. And teach others to be resilient.
And I like responsible in particular because
Yeah.
it anchors you to this service and what you've talked about, that you've got more going on than just responsible seems to be such a large word that says you fit into this
Yeah.
time.
I would
and
actually
space.
like responsible first, personally.
I wonder if adaptive already includes resilience within it? Like
Or resilient
Yeah.
includes
right,
adaptive.
I'm only worried that if there's a 3rd word we're
It's
missing,
just
we
like
don't,
make
we
it-
don't wanna waste the 3rd word by being redundant.
And the critical thinking is huge, right? Learning, but is that also adaptive because you're thinking in a way? No.
I think it's different.
Adaptive
Adaptive, responsible,
critical thinkers is the bigger umbrella
Yeah.
that gives you that adaptive,
Okay.
responsible,
Right.
resilient kid. Because if you're a critical thinker, you can do
Yeah.
those things. You can adapt, you can be resilient, you can be responsible. Doesn't have to be listed as one of the.
One thing I will say is resilient to me is different than being adaptive. So,
Yeah.
yeah, adaptive means I can change and accommodate whatever setting I'm in, but if I'm resilient, I have that personal inner
Yes.
fortitude to get through whatever the tough stuff is. I can adapt and not be resilient.
Okay, so these are the other words that we have before. Compassionate, empathetic, environmentally aware, curious, creative, action oriented, of high moral character. Multilingual, digital citizens, collaborative, which is a good, aware of the wider world.
Now, are you gonna get rid of the other 3 bullets? Would it just be this, or are we doing this and then you're still gonna have the?
I think we're still keeping,
I think we were thinking about
elevating it to
bringing
the
some,
top,
You could have this at the top and then still have those
or
other,
keep that.
yeah. So this is like your big overarching
Yeah.
goal, and then the environment that you create provides what?
so is that what you're saying? The critical thinking is the bigger umbrella? Is that, we just put critical thinking?
Did you want to, yeah, I think so.
And then you can put the adaptive, responsible, resilient with all the other adjectives that we.
So prepare students to be critical thinkers. I mean, is that what we're saying?
Not in our mission.
Yeah, that's already in
It's
our-
already been realized. Yeah.
So we just leave it as high quality global citizens and everybody still goes, what does that mean? Read the sub bullets.
What about if we just said citizens, high quality citizens? I mean,
No.
Global sounds
Yeah,
better
it
because.
sounds better and that's why we left it, but what is?
No, but we want our kids to be able
Yeah.
to go anywhere in the world and be successful and to really appreciate and value. You know, that the world is getting smaller through technology and innovation and our kids have to recognize that and recognize the interdependence and interconnectedness of the entire world.
What about innovative as a third?
I don't necessarily need my kids to be innovative. What I mean by that is, I think people use the word innovative, but they mean adaptive. Like I don't necessarily need my kid to be the one to come up with the way of thinking about it, doing something that nobody has ever thought about before. There's no need to necessarily reinvent the wheel if somebody else has already done it. So I think innovative for me really is something people rarely actually do, but it's often used, when really the word that should be used is just adaptive or
What
adopting.
is like thinking outside the box?
Creative,
Creativity.
yeah, which would be in our,
And we have that
Here.
memorialized too. so-
yeah, that's here.
You know, I don't mind to put a global, but when they put a global, actually the whole year, I got a pressure mentally, you know, because.
You did.
That's his paranoia, his productive paranoia. Are they global enough?
Yeah. We felt that same pressure.
Yeah, because when Joseph can't sleep. he comes-
right.
So what do we think? So we're pretty set on adaptive and responsible, maybe in different order, is what I heard. But then the third word, I don't think we're quite there.
I think resilient actually works for me. They are different.
Mhm.
And resilience important. So we're not like
I just think
raising,
this
we're
is-
not raising snowflakes.
That's what but I do think
It's
about it
like,
right now.
Oh, I'm sorry that hurt your feelings. Like you
Right.
still need to go to work.
And with all the mental health issues that young people are experiencing post-pandemic, I think resilience is really a protective factor that's gonna help them be successful in college. So if we can teach that or make that a priority, I think that is really gonna help them be successful in the greater wider world once they graduate from college and once they leave us and go to college.
And I really like how you frame this, that students are going to acquire these characteristics and qualities through the 4As that we're working on every day in our district.
How about give me a word, you know, I observe for the alumni of the San Marino High School, they already working. I think that compared to other school districts, I think that they are more competitive. They can accept the project and do the things more make sense. So what kind of training we can support for this kind of?
To try to give them street smart, like they're not gonna have it.
Getting experience in the wider world, right? Get out of the bubble.
We're gonna sponsor Survivor.
Right, there you go.
That's where that work-based learning experience
Uh-huh.
becomes important.
That goes to responsibility, having
Yeah.
responsibility too.
Yeah.
And if we're providing them with real world experiences, they're going to have to be responsible to that professional, whoever they go, you know, the older ones, internships.
Yeah.
You know, they have to, because we want our students to be the ones who show up and are reliable and like these.
That's right.
Right?
And then within this category, we almost have, two things going on. One is a description of the students themselves. They're responsible, they're adaptive. The other ones are really the skill set,
Yes.
right? When you're looking at a critical thinker, that's a skill. That's not a person, right? So we can further delineate by those two levels, but also in the modeling of what we're not saying in all four of these is how do we model that? How do we communicate that out? How do we, because, you know, if I'm expecting to do these things, my administrators have to model this out, right? They're the ones that are making those decisions on a day-to-day basis. How do they model that conscious culture of service? How are they modeling, understanding that this is what's going to align with the curriculum that we have that's going to produce this global citizen that is engaged in the real world experiences, right? That's what Mr. Chang is going to bring in.
But, and you have just beautifully articulated exactly the work that we're gonna be doing with what we walk away with,
That's right.
right?
That's right.
How are we going to articulate it and how are we
Yeah.
going to implement it?
Right, so
Yeah.
I just dropped the mic.
That's the.
That's it.
how.
You just did that.
I was wondering, I walk my dog.
I mean, no, you just-
I feel like, high quality could also be high functioning. Because they're like really using
Mhm.
all their potential and that's an individual amount, but you know, working towards their best, and giving their best with everybody's capacity, like at their capacity. So, the high functioning.
So instead of HQ, HF.
No,
I don't,
not there.
yeah, not in the top half.
Not there.
Yeah, maybe somewhere
But like,
below,
but just that idea.
building
that-
their skill set.
Like the executive functioning.
Building out their skill
Because you're
sets.
looking at, you know, time management, prioritizing all the things on your calendar and.
Right.
You know, that all for me comes under responsible.
Yeah,
too, right?
that's
Yeah,
true.
because
So that's something
if
that,
I'm responsible, I'm keeping a calendar, I'm, you know, honoring other people's time, I'm doing those other things that would make me successful. I hear what you're saying, and I think, you know, as much as, we want to define global citizens, I wonder what high quality is,
Yeah,
right?
mhm,
And so,
mhm.
Take a deep dive into that one.
what's that look like?
That's what all these are.
That's what all those, yeah, you're right, that's what it is. And again, I think this is one, you know, I would go back to what Linda just said, that now staff's gonna interpret it, you know, you kind of drop the mic, this is what we're doing, I wanna make sure this, you know, lands all the way down at the school sites. And it's not gonna, you're not gonna go wrong, right? So then, after this next year of reporting, you're like, I'm not sure we're getting to the adaptive piece, like, I'm still seeing people learning in, you know, ninth grade English looks like ninth grade, I'm not sure how is that helping them? Or the activities, or the athletics, or the arts, so you're gonna start to ask those questions so that staff can then figure out where the gaps are, and or you come back next year and say, we didn't give enough clarity in our board goal, we're gonna refine that. But this is, I mean, lofty, big, right? It's their work, but this is the fun part, is the gap between where you're starting and that goal you're setting, and then where they end up, and then how you all sort of mix that out next year.
I think it's lofty enough too, because that's one of the challenges you get, that as the board, you don't put it out there far enough, high enough, with enough space, like you talked about earlier, for people to do the work. I think this one is out there to
I
where
do too.
it's always gonna have a sense of being aspirational to it. Which is really what you want, because as global keeps changing and all the needs keep changing, who is April Ryan? She's an author, who just recently did a book called Flux. And in that book, she talks about, what time is it right now? It is 2:20 and 15 seconds. And her theory is the world will never stop changing more slowly than at 2:20 and 22 seconds. That's how quickly it's changing. And so we want this to be broad enough that it remains aspirational, and yet that could be measured. I think it's both parts of it. I think that does.
Yeah, I do
The
too.
only other thing I like is I like the word, if you are gonna order the words, I like responsible first, I like resilient second, and adapt adaptive third.
Yeah.
I'm responsible, something happens, I'm resilient, I can do it, I adapt. I think
Yeah.
that's that,
Oh, I do like that.
that's kind of the progression, if there is a progression.
One thing I wanted to know, if we're going, this is more of a note for our academics portion of it. I think one of the criticisms we often get in San Marino is that we don't support the humanities and the non-STEM learners. Like there's always this criticism. So are we just becoming the STEM district, right? And I think there's this concern as we look at the future workforce that everything's becoming technological and but I think what we're seeing is a shift in college now where they're saying, no, bring back the humanities, bring back the soft skills, bring back the bigger, higher order thinking of learning and how we approach it. And so I guess this would be sort of my directive or my thoughts for, not directive, but my thoughts for as we think about how we're looking at when we say through the 4 A's, that the academics A's doesn't just pay attention to the sciences, right? That the humanities are about building these skills. They're about building the communication, all of that. Rather than people automatically think, oh, we're just about science and math in San Marino, which we're not. But, and so I think putting that really like up in the forefront so that nobody can say that we don't care about those areas. Because we have super strong social science and humanities programs in our schools. It's actually some of the best stuff we do.
I like the humanities program this year. We brought those teachers in and
Right.
You and I and Dr. Wolf went to the Huntington and kind of shadowed the
I was a
class.
chaperone.
Right.
That's right.
Well,
And it was very impressive. And so, but I agree with what you're saying. We do need to make sure that people know that we value and support all of these different designated areas.
Well, I keep coming across this definition. We keep trying to define global citizen, and I keep coming back to what you gain from learning humanities. And it's a lot of the same things.
Yeah.
Right.
And so, when we're talking about global citizens, we can reflect even on what is it our kids are learning outside of their science work. And that is part of that global citizenship in the academics.
Well, and it's partly, saying too, Francesca, I want them to have options and years to anything, right? So the more we narrow the lane, the more narrow their options are going to be. So how do we continue as a board to, intersect with the staff on making sure that that's happening? That gets to be part of your role as well, right? Is helping say, we haven't heard enough about the arts. What's happening with how not the arts overall, but how is it actually framed in a way that shows us that it's furthering this big objective that we have, one of our students is global citizens. It's big. But it's the fun stuff. So I want to, before we move on, innovation and improvement. Those are two things that I think you mentioned. Is that what you're going to say?
Innovation.
Okay. So are they embedded enough throughout? Are you feeling that you need another goal or something just to put in the parking lot for now?
Or we're adding that line to all 4, right?
Yeah, and that demonstrates improvement, right? And innovation, I think, is incorporated throughout.
Just want to make sure. Yeah, I mean, that line will go, you're going to have an evaluative goal with an eye to continuous improvement and innovation. So that means, just want to make sure we close the loop on that.
We talked a lot yesterday about continuous improvement and that we're never stopping. We're constantly moving forward and looking for ways that we can continuously improve and adapt to the needs of our kids and what's going on in the world. And so I think that is on the forefront of how we are approaching the work. And we're constantly, we meet twice a week in my office to talk about where we are and where we need to go. And if anything needs to change and how we're going to adjust. And so we're constantly looking at that, monitoring that, and trying our best to communicate that back to the board and to our principals, assistant principals, directors, teachers, and staff. And technology and innovation is really embedded in everything that we do today.
Yeah.
And continuously so, and with the Tech Academy that we have. It's really an attempt to keep our employees on the cutting edge of technology so that they're not falling behind.
Something you asked earlier to us was whether or not we saw all of our innovations across the district. And I keep thinking in my head, well, we can name a lot of things at the secondary level. We can name a lot of things at the elementary level. But I am feeling a little bit that the middle school is the forgotten middle child. Yeah, it's the forgotten middle child. And then, right, and that's not to say we haven't done anything this year. But I think there is opportunity to explore where we could build, maybe, I don't know if it's alignment from one to the other end to the other, either pushing up or pushing down, I don't know.
We are going to be looking at professional development time in the form of collaboration time where we can have vertical alignment meetings between our 5th grade teachers and our 6th grade teachers, our 8th grade teachers and our 9th grade teachers by subject matter, so that they can, really understand what they need to be doing to prepare kids to move up to the next grade level. And I think that vertical articulation is something that we haven't really been doing with Fidelity, that we're going to start attempting to do in the upcoming year. It's all about time and finding the time to release teachers from classrooms. And we had some challenges with finding substitute teachers post-pandemic. Nobody wanted to come back and substitute teach. And so it was hard for us to get that release time in there. But that is something that is on our minds, and we're going to try to do our best to make that happen.
I think one of the enrollment, so what's disturbing is that a lot of parents are looking at elementary and exit points in elementary because they're looking at different middle schools. And we did so much work on retaining them from middle to high school, but I think we've sort of fallen a little bit in retaining the middle because they're so fixated on the next thing. And so coming up with some exciting middle school stuff.
Added the geometry class.
Which did help to retain some,
So we have
which
done
did
some
help
work
to
at
retain
this.
some, yes.
We've made some positive changes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, and we're gonna be adding an introductory course, forensics course for the Medical Arts Academy at 8th grade. We were also just talking with someone about an introductory communications and journalism class that would feed into a prospective CTE communications and broadcasting program at the high school. So we are thinking about the middle school in that way and trying to get opportunities for our kids to have access to courses that they have not had access to in the past. We're also thinking about taking one of our anatomy tables and moving it to Huntington Middle School so that students who plan to go into the medical arts class will have experience on the anatomy table right through the forensic science. Yeah, forensic science.
One of the
Amazing.
biggest things that I hear around middle school right now is the conversations around digital literacy and phones and technology. I don't know. I mean, I think this goes back to the environment of safety and wellness, but needing to really explore that a little bit more and what that means. Because I mean, I literally, she is the director of public health, so she's clearly got this on her forefront. But she said she literally picked a school because it had a very prescriptive policy on technology use. Like she was going to private schools. She lives in Pasadena, and so she was literally picking something based on that. And I think that's becoming a bigger concern for parents now because we've seen the negative impact that technology and social media has had.
Study that just came out, so.
Yeah, Hate just came out with that book and everybody's talking about it and everyone's buzzing about it and,
But that was,
right.
that's the first thing you guys said when we first came in, so, you really want to make sure that that's.
But I think,
And then maybe
right,
focus.
right. Well, I think because, the middle school, like thinking about that low hanging fruit within middle school, right, that we need to be promoting and people don't know about. A lot of people also just don't know what we do at the middle school too. We have really good programs, but they don't know we have them. So again.
Schools are funny, forgotten land. I'm a middle school person, so I mean, it's always been that way to some degree. But I do think being intentional, as you're saying, about how are we
Mhm.
building this vertical alignment.
Yeah.
Parents and, yeah.
And also we heard yesterday, not only the bottleneck on the mental health piece and how we address the students that are on wait lists. We also heard a little bit from Dr. Choi regarding how technology is used. Yes, while we need to be familiar with how they're using their cell phones and what's happening with bullying and things like that, cyberbullying, we also need to understand that and being comfortable with the data that, you know, some of our staff members and students will need more training on how to really use technology to improve their experience as well as to prepare themselves for this global world that they're going to enter into. And so Dr. Tori and I spoke a little bit about how critical thinking does address that, but it's even being a little more intentional than that. What does critical thinking look like in this global citizenry? And as a critical thinker, how are we looking at cultural responsibility? And when we're looking at safety, there's not only the tech safety and safety in the data and all that, but there's also this need for our kids to understand that this is going to be part of their world with every job that they go to.
So, Dr. Choi, what is your comment? How soon they will change the PC and the notebook with the AI? Based on the last couple of day presentation.
Well, there's a lot of development in AI, and obviously a lot of AI technologies are being incorporated into devices and into computers and various types of equipment. I wish I had a crystal ball and I could tell you everything there is to know in the next year or even 2 years down the road, but it's evolving so quickly. And that's why we do want to emphasize how we integrate and learn and apply technology, not just the hardware, but obviously how it's being used.
And, you know, LA County is leading a lot of those conversations, I think. Laura's been very
He's on the task force.
On the
I
task
serve
force.
on the
Yeah.
county task
Great.
force on AI. So the county will be releasing AI guidelines for K-12 school districts by the end of the month. So.
Do we, I forget, I'm sorry, going back to A real quick. I can't really read writing very well from here, my eyes. Do we are developing a policy on AI?
No, you just simply said new
You-
guidelines around use community engagement, student use.
Data
Technology. We didn't
Yeah,
say anything
I know they need,
specific about
I know they
It
need.
just means we, like, as a
No, no,
district.
in general.
Collectively.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of our goals is to work with our faculty and staff to develop responsible use guidelines.
And that's
Yeah.
under
That
there,
would fit it.
okay.
And that's, you know, coming from like the task force that LA County Office of
Right.
Education has put together that Dr. Choi serves on, to get all that information. Some districts like jumped out of the gate and they created policies, now they're having to redo them.
Correct.
But very few of those, you know, policies, but, Dr. Choi was sharing that a lot of them just had to be.
Yeah, a lot of districts went out very quickly and developed or adopted AI use guidelines. And what they found was that through implementation, as they look at various AI tools, they're having to adjust their guidelines, right? So I think what's missing is really that dialogue and conversation, because you need buy-in from all of your, not just your students and faculty, but also family and school board and administrators, so that you all agree that this is how we will use AI and this is how we shouldn't be using AI.
And starting those conversations now, to your
Yeah.
point, priming the pump before you're ready to actually finalize whatever your guidelines are, because getting all that data as you think about formulating it will be important, because it's where we didn't do well with apps, as we all know, way behind the 8 ball around, around the country. So those are in good shape for good Policies. will be-
And once a policy is adopted, it's gotta be looked at every 6 months.
That's right.
Because things change so quickly.
Sure.
Yeah, well, for sure. So just leave it.
So are we gonna go back to?
Yeah, we had
C?
one spot where we were gonna go back to
Are we
C.
done? We're done with D, right? We're gonna
Yes.
go back to C, and figure out,
Got to see that first.
yeah. And
First bullet, we changed to communicate, right? Communicate assessment, was that,
Right,
okay, and so it's bullet 2.
around.
So we wrote a
DEIB.
lot of stuff, but we did not actually,
are we keeping DEIB or are we getting rid of DEIB?
that's your decision. I passed it out
So
again, but I
that's my
think,
question to what.
I think the challenge is, Greg and I had a little
We
sidebar.
did.
If you take it out, then what is it?
Right.
And so you're saying, you know, people have different interpretations of what this means already. But you're really saying diversity, we want equity, meet people where they are, give kids what they need. We want everybody to feel included and we're creating a community of belonging. It's as good as it gets, right? I think right now we maybe don't have the right terminology, but that's a very inclusive approach, in my opinion. And then you're gonna deal with those issues as they bubble up.
I thought when we had a little sidebar, when you guys were going through that towards the end, I think DEIB is recognizable. I think that's important. I think even though we agree that everyone will have a definition that will vary a little bit on when you go to each one of the letters, but DEIB, it's recognizable. The part to me that becomes more important is a word that trustee Ryan shared. It was unity of purpose. It's like, to me, that's the power in it, is creating a unity of purpose around DEIB in our something, because unity of purpose means how the teachers use it, how the kids use it, how families use it, how the district uses it, how the board implements practices with it, whatever it might be. So there's value, even though we're gonna have slight differences in our definition of DIB, if we have a unity of purpose with slight definitions, we're going somewhere. We got a chance to go somewhere if we have unity of purpose.
It made
So
me think
just a
about,
thought.
you know, frameworks come in all shapes and sizes. They can just be language, they can be in a graphic. But, you know, everything is through your 4 A's. What's your framework for DEIB in each of those A's, right? What is it that you want staff, students, and teachers to take into the academic setting, into the athletic setting, into the arts? And it's just, what I said to Greg was, what I think is really important is, what are you gonna do with the framework? At the end of the day, right? How is it used? How does it help the board drive? Is it communication of the framework? Is it application? How do you monitor it? So that's where it gets sticky. And is it just is it a value statement? So I think, you know, I know we're hung up on framework, but I'm just.
So is it a value statement or is it a goal? Because we could state what our values are, which I think is part of our vision or our mission, our vision maybe more, but,
We have a DEIB policy.
I think that would be the whole point of a task force.
Yeah. But I wonder if you start with policy. Because to your point earlier, what's the language? If we haven't defined it, right? How are they creating a framework when the board hasn't had this high level conversation about what do we mean, believe, value? What are we bringing to this conversation around DEIB? So sometimes boards will start with a policy. And then staff's going out to figure out what's the framework, where the guidelines, what's the.
Maybe that's all it is, that develop a DEI policy, because that encompasses the steps of the committee and the exploration of values, pulling together the assessment of what we've done so far and where we want to go, and if we're going to have a
are we really
conversation.
forming another committee? No, I'm serious, like a
Yeah,
task
no,
force, like,
right.
we need to also prioritize, like, we have limited resources, staff resources. There's only so many hours in the day.
Right.
And if we put it there and then they don't do it, then they've failed that goal at the end of the year, but.
Right, and I've got to tell you, right, remember that the
policy
first part of our year is gonna be spent concentrating on passing that bond.
Right.
And that's, like you said, all hands on deck, right? So we're not gonna be able to do that, we're not gonna be able to have committee meetings or anything else
No,
throughout that period of time.
It's, That's your full list.
Everything.
Yep.
So I think that is something that we could look at in the future. That is aspirational and something that is worthy and worthwhile, but
What was the sentence you said?
Realistically.
Unity of purpose.
Create, start with the word create or build, create or build a unity of purpose
Centered around,
centered around DEIB.
and then I like defining the DEIB through the lens of what we were talking about with education, because it is that meeting, because we are coming at it from meeting students where they're at.
Where they are.
And because I think for a lot of our parents, if you see just those letters, it takes on a different connotation. In my mind.
Yeah.
I think maybe if we communicate though what it means to
Yeah.
us and
Yeah.
it's understandable and repeatable,
Maybe-
we can.
Maybe we don't actually use the letters then, and we actually.
No,
just
but
use
that's what
words.
they were saying, if we-
Yeah,
Yeah.
like we actually write out diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging.
Well, but still.
And what it
using
means to us. And
what it means to us.
San Marino.
That's, yeah.
Mhm.
I think we should write it out anyway, because it's a goal, so we don't
Yeah.
need acronyms in there.
Right?
Okay, so do I hear us saying yes, by the way, yes, I think it's. Yes, I heard that too. Develop a unity of purpose to build a culture of
Diversity.
diversity,
Inclusion, and
inclusion,
Equity
equity. You can even mix them up if you
Yeah.
want to have.
and
it
belonging.
be
Of
just what it is.
belonging. Maybe
You could
start with belonging.
Equity,
You could make
diversity, yeah, you could just kind of.
belonging,
whatever order.
equity, belonging, diversity,
your
equity. and
Yeah,
inclusion.
belonging, I think. I mean, you could to build a culture of where everyone feels a sense of belonging. Everyone's. No, not, you guys aren't. Not enough.
I think we're distracted by chocolate.
We've almost reached
We're almost
the
done.
hour
We're
or two here,
saturation.
I know. Saturation
Okay,
point.
develop a unity of purpose to build a culture of belonging,
Inclusion.
inclusion.
It's almost like the reverse.
Yeah, reverse. Yeah, just reverse it. Belonging, inclusion, equity, and diversity. Yeah, just reverse it.
What about to build a diverse culture?
No, because we already have a diverse culture. Well, because it's not just about culture, and that also implies that it's just about culture, but the diversity is also diversity of
Mhm.
thought, diversity of
Okay.
circumstance.
It's a district
yeah.
culture.
Yeah.
And we may look at this next meeting and be like, what were we thinking? I don't know.
Oh,
Like, what did, no, I mean, literally, like, what were we thinking there? I don't know, yeah.
okay, is that, we're at least a placeholder? Better than a placeholder.
Because, yeah,
So
it's a
like
placeholder.
meeting the needs of every student.
Because then I think once you're here,
Yeah.
then to me, this is this level where you are right now, and then it gets to the policy and then the
Policy.
framework, and then it moves down into the organization. But you're still here like, what do we mean by that?
So maybe cross out that develop the DIB framework line, just so we don't get confused. Because we're not there yet.
Nope, not there.
Yeah, we're not there yet.
That's the one. We're changing that. That's the new bullet, okay.
So we're adding the evaluative goal,
Yeah.
blah, 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 and improvement, innovation, and then we're adding the facilities alignment,
And
FMP
you're gonna
alignment.
add it to the evaluate the
All.
D as well, right?
Yeah, all four of them,
All of them.
we'll get those two things.
And I did put that, but I'll put it over here.
Dr. David,
Yes, sir.
so between Jennifer, you, your team, and then of course you can reference Sandy and I, because we have notes too.
Yeah.
As you start to
Yeah.
take this and put it in form, feel free to include us. And we can, we can help. We can help.
Strike throughs on here.
Yeah. We
Yeah.
can help with language too.
Yeah, and then you can call me because I can read my own writing and sometimes. no one else can.
Good, okay, so we'll take pictures and then we're gonna take those pieces of paper with us. to the UCLA Conference Center.
Oh, good.
And we're gonna put them up on the wall and then we will start doing,
Your work, okay,
yeah, the words with it, and then we'll, build our action plans.
With the how.
Yeah, the how, we're gonna do the how.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we're done.
Dr. David, sorry, I think we've lost the meeting, and so turning it back to you. I know, it's like it was a good run, we got there, we got chocolate and coffee and tea, we're good. We're good, but I know formally, we might have to.
Yes, formally, we have to, sign off. Right, in the
Yes.
meeting?
I will share with the group, if anyone's interested, Dr. Jerry, you can do this with the board later. I included a page where it says, it says 8 characteristics of an effective school board. It's in tab number 5. And just interestingly enough, I went over the 8 just now, and it's amazing. I think you'd be shocked at how many of the 8 you touched today with your conversations.
That's great.
And so it would be a good exercise with the board to say, hey, thinking back to the last 2 days, how many of these 8 could we put a tick mark by?
Okay.
It's a really good one.
Maybe at our next meeting.
Yeah,
Thank you
it's
so
a good
much
one.
for that.
Yeah.
You did an awesome job as always, and we're so grateful to both of you for sharing your expertise with us today, for keeping this on task,
Welcome.
facilitating this so smoothly. And we're done. We got it, right? We got it. Mission accomplished. So thank you.
Well done.
And thank you, President Ryan and Dr. Delatorre, for setting all of this work.
Beautiful.
up.
Thank you.
Much appreciated.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, so. She did? Meeting adjourned, she said.
Okay, meeting is adjourned.
Okay, so.